Good morning, gamers! Welcome to 2025. How is everyone doing? We're here. It's a new year. Everyone's doing amazing. Nothing's wrong with the world at all. Welcome everybody. It's fantastic to be here. On my end, I don't think I fucked up the first start of the new stream in any particular way, which makes me gamer hype. Welcome. Hello everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining me on this most important stream of the new year. We are here. We have a new lighting setup, which hopefully is looking good. It's still kind of temporary in some ways, but we're but I feel good about this. I like this setup. I think it looks nice. I think I look less dead. How is everyone doing? Hulk Hogan got booed, so I'm happy. Me too, buddy. That was maybe the only part of that show that I thought was good. How's the new tattoo, John? Okay. So it's a bummer to me that this is how we have to start off the first stream of the new year. But for watchers of my video game podcast Versus Wolves, on that podcast, I was attacked. Not physically, not really verbally either, but emotionally. And I was attacked emotionally, and I've been doing a lot of legal reading, and I can't find any precedents for charging someone with emotional assault, but I'm still looking. And it was by my co-host, my once co-partner in the friendship era Versus Wolves. And, you know, I don't want to upset anyone. And I think the first thing I want people to know is that I'm okay, which is obviously the biggest concern, always, at any given time. And I was manipulated into a situation where there was pressure put on me to desecrate my own flesh. I was given the ultimatum to get a tattoo of Garfield smoking a pipe. And I have initiated legal proceedings against Wooly. I can't say a whole lot right now. And I have been in contact with the organizers of MagFest, and I have gone to them to shut down the Versus Wolves panel and all appearances of Versus Wolves at MagFest, which I thought would be a fairly easy thing to do. But as it turns out, the organizers of MagFest know their shit, and those contracts are airtight, and I ain't getting out of jack.
That's
this
right,
is
Mondo Cool.
Legal precedent for a wolf breaker doesn't exist. This is the first in history.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm not going to say anything more about the tattoo until the MagFest Versus Wolves panel. That is where I will disclose the legality of what Wooly attempted, as well as the future of Versus Wolves. It's been an extremely upsetting thing for me. I think the thing about Wooly and Versus Wolves is that, you know, at this point, I just feel like it's a relationship that I have given so much to. And I think throughout every episode of Versus Wolves, it's always...
That's right, boys.
It's always very...
So does Final Gamer Awards mean this is the last one ever?
No, Poughkeepsie. It doesn't mean the last awards ever. It means I'm the final gamer, and
That's
these
right,
are my
boys.
awards.
Mondo Cool.
You should solve this in a live Dokapon Kingdom match.
Oh, sorry, that was Kusanagi. Poughkeepsie, that's a terrible idea. Given the choice, I would never play Wooly. After what he's pulled, I would never play Wooly in a live Dokapon Kingdom match. Unfortunately, we had already announced that panel for MagFest, and as mentioned, MagFest contracts are airtight, and I now have no choice but to battle Wooly in Dokapon Kingdom. That is not something I want to do. I want to go on record now and say that Wooly is someone who has he has constantly attempted to hide my light under a bushel. He has attempted to steal my shine. He has attempted to rob my sparkle at every turn, and more the fool me for ever trying to see the good in that man, because clearly there is none. And I think sometimes when you're such a good person like I am, your light occasionally shines onto the people around you, and you assume that there's goodness in them as well. And Wooly clearly has none. He's clearly thrown everything I have attempted to do for him and his sad little life back in my face. So yeah, it's devastating. It's heartbreaking to have to start the new year off addressing such an unscrupulous individual. Dynamic Badger 820. He has no grappling, brother. Just take him down and submit him. But Wooly's big. He's like a big guy. He's big and he's tall and he's wide. He's got quarterback shoulders. So it would take at least 2 minutes, I bet. I mean, to be fair, I think you could beat Wooly at Dokapon. You've been suffering and training the game for a year now. Hashtag Team Wooly. Mods, have I Am Ghost Productions killed? John, if you've not bragged about taking bigger dudes down, you know what? I guess I have. Wooly's a pretty bigger dude, though. We'll see. But yeah, you know, that was an incident. I will not be answering any questions about the tattoo at all for this entire stream, and let that be the end of it. No one thought the tattoo was funny. If you look at the comments of that video, everyone is on my side. Everyone is on my side. The amount of emails I have, all the Versus Wolves sponsors have reached out to me and said that if I want to continue Versus Wolves by myself, they will pay me more than they would have paid me and Wooly collectively. That's how on the side everyone is. Literally, I spent like an hour going through the Versus Wolves the episode, the comments for that episode, and not a single comment in favor of Wooly. Not a single one. John, I think killing that user is a bit overboard. Okay, mods, merely maim him or her. I don't discriminate. I, for one, am appalled at such a dishonest move on Wooly's part. Yeah.
That's right, boys. Mondo Cool.
That Garfield tattoo is gonna look so good next to that Makima tattoo, pal.
Don't start this shit. I don't have a Makima tattoo. I don't have a Garfield tattoo. I don't know what you people think. Okay, I'm getting upset. I don't want to. Okay. Daiquiri Jack, that was an attempt to get me tilted. Clearly it failed, so I'm just gonna move on. Poughkeepsie, thank you for the subscription. Kazunagi, thank you for the subscription. Who else we got here? We got Childish Doritos, thank you for the subscription. Serious Bichan, happy Friday. I hope your skin is moisturized, your teeth are sharp, and your movements remain unseen by God. Cow Tongue Harry, thank you for the 5 gift subscriptions. Pop Tart Kitty, thank you for the 21 month subscriptions. Appreciate it, everyone. Thank you. Okay. Can I design you a Kathy tattoo? You can design one. I'm not saying I'll get it. Garfield. No, guys, like... Do you know what it would mean for Versus Wolves if I got that tattoo? Like, just think about that. What if I got that tattoo? What would Versus Wolves actually become? Can't do it. Oh, he'd totally get a Kathy tat. You know, we'll see. Okay, so guys, I had a holidays. I spent Christmas sitting on my couch and not doing a whole lot. And I would say at the start of that holidays, I thought that maybe this was like an okay year for games. It wasn't great. But what I didn't realize is that I actually didn't play that many games over the course of the year. A combination of working too much and buying a house, moving into a house, all that fucking madness, and it was a lot. I played a lot of games over the holidays, all of which we are going to talk about.
Boys. Mondo Cool.
Titan Titan Magni. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. There was a lot of under the radar bangers this year. There sure was. For example, I played myself some 1000X Resist. And we'll get to it. I have played more Metaphor ReFantazio. We'll get to it. I have played myself some Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. We'll get to it. I have played some Dragon Quest III Remake. We will get to it. Bangers such as Crow Country. Oh, God, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Crow Country ranks. Newest Chainsaw Man hard copy came out. Let's go back to when I had 13 copies ahead of me. Okay, so this is actually something I kind of want to talk about a little bit. One of the things I did over the holidays, I caught up on Chainsaw Man. And I think you guys have heard me talk about Chainsaw Man Part 2. I would say I have been very split on Part 2 up till now. There's parts of it that I really loved, and there's parts of it that I didn't think... I just... It's not that I disliked them. I'm just kind of like, what are we doing here? It felt very floaty. It felt very like there wasn't a purpose to it. And after now being up to date with Chainsaw Man, unless a new chapter came out in the last couple of days, I think I was wrong. And I now see what Chainsaw Man Part 2 is and how it builds on what I thought was like kind of the theme of Part 1. And it's absolutely fucking killer. I get it. There was one of the most recent chapters that kind of just recontextualized everything about Part 2 for me. And I'm back in. Chainsaw Man, fucking Goat anime or Goat manga, so good. I am so fucking like genuine. There was a part I was reading it, and I would say it hit me about as hard as any part from Part 1. And God damn it, God bless Fujimoto, God bless that man. Great Celis, thank you for the gift subscription. I like Part 2 more, to be honest. I don't know if I'd ever say I could like it more, because Part 1 of Chainsaw Man to me is just in that GOAT tier where it gets impossible to say that you like shit more. Like, I can say I like Berserk more than Part 1, but yeah. Truly, only as someone as humble as the Final Gamer could admit to being wrong. I hope we might see a Part 2 video at some point. Would love to see what you enjoy so much about it after I've been lukewarm. Yeah, I think, because I was lukewarm on it for so long. It's tricky, right? Because I'd love to do a Part 2 video. It's going to be so long before there's anime for Part 2, which means it would have to be a totally manga panel video, which are really difficult videos to make. But yeah, like, If I am alive, a part 2 video will happen at some point. Sushi with friends. I think its pacing still isn't ideal. Yeah, I think that's kind of fair. Willy on the scene. Have you heard of Project Moon and their games? I'm pretty sure I have. Let me look them up. Moon. Maybe I have not heard of Project Moon. Limbus Company. VN stuff? Oh, wait. No. No, I don't know. I don't think I know who these dudes are, actually. Lobotomy Corporation. Yeah, that's actually been recommended a lot, so I should check it out. Is the Discord for subscribers only? It's for subscribers or patrons. Okay, cool. Okay, guys. Have you played 1000 X Resist? Yes, I have. We will be discussing it later on the stream. Have you read Dan to Dan? Perhaps we'll be talking about that in our final Gamer Awards. Hi, it's my birthday. Please say hello. X-Trial 200. Happy birthday, buddy. Can we get some happy birthdays going in the chat for X-Trail 200? Let's see these ding dang awards already. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it. Okay.
That's right, boys. Mondo Cool.
Thank you, DracoBG03. Appreciate the subscription, my friend. Okay. It's the Final Gamer Awards! Okay. You guys know the deal. If you watched last year, we have a series of subcategories that we will work our way through. And then when we get to the end, that is when we will rank every game I played this year. And then once the top 10 have been selected, that top 10 is then valid for entry into my lauded top 100 games of all time
list. Did you know you can lie to any survey for Google Opinion Rewards? It's free, fun, and poison market research.
Thank you, Dapper Cat. That is noted. Is there supposed to be music? No? Okay. The first award we will be giving out is the best wrestling match of 2024. CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre. Hell in a Cell at Bad Blood. Daniel Bryan versus Swerve Strickland at All In 2024. Mariah May versus Toni Storm, All In 2024. Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan, SummerSlam. Will Ospreay versus Daniel Bryan at AEW Dynasty. Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes. Takeshita versus Will Ospreay. Sting and Darby Allin versus the Young Bucks. Okay. I want to go through each. Want to give each of these a little discussion because they're all worth it. I thought you didn't like Punk. Okay. I don't like Punk. Or what I have to be honest about is this match actually... I felt like he kind of shut me the fuck up this match. Jump and Jerk, thank you for the gift subscriptions. I thought this was like... This was the first CM Punk match I have actually enjoyed since he's been back. I thought he was great. I think Drew was always great. And I didn't really like their rivalry. I thought the bracelet shit was corny as hell. I still don't think CM Punk is very interesting now. I thought this was a great match. I thought this was genuinely really, really well played. I thought it felt brutal, and it felt like the end of a rivalry match, and it was cool to see that. Swerve Strickland versus Daniel Bryan. I saw this match live. I was with Foxcade, and it was... I have never felt anything like that. I genuinely have never felt that level of emotion while watching wrestling. And it wasn't just watching it, like I was there in the arena at All In and seeing like 70,000 people or whatever it was in unison chanting, yes, yes, yes. It was like one of the most powerful experiences I've ever had in wrestling. It was so fucking cool. And Swerve Strickland was like amazing in this match. He was so good. There's a part where like Bryan hits Swerve with the Psycho knee, and Swerve, like a fucking Dragon Ball Z villain, just like wipes himself off, and he's like, "That all you got?" And it was, goddamn, it was incredible. One of my most treasured memories with wrestling. It was so good. Mariah May versus Toni Storm. This, to me, is one of, like, the breakout rivalries of the year. What went from a rivalry of a bunch of women, I'm just gonna say, titty cuddling each other, to one of the most vicious and hard-fought matches of the year. I couldn't fucking believe it. And, like, more importantly, it was a coming-out moment for Mariah May. She's amazing. She's excellent in the ring. She has such amazing command of her character. Her, like, smashing Toni Storm's skull in on the ramp with her shoe, that is, like, one of the moments of 2024 wrestling. It was so fucking good. I loved it. I really, really... And I thought this was, like, such a brutal and vicious blow-off to that feud. And now Toni, with her new gimmick, feels fresh and reinvented. Mariah May... Like, it's exactly what you want from a feud. Like, both people come out of it feeling better than they went in. Excellent. Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan. If you told me at the beginning of this year that Liv Morgan was going to be on my match of the year list, I would not believe you. And obviously, I love Rhea Ripley. Huge Rhea Ripley fan. Have been for the longest time. This year, I feel like Liv Morgan, she found the sauce. Like, she absolutely delivered in terms of, like, embodying a character. Her in-ring work improved so much. Liv Morgan can legit go now, and I never saw her as that before, and I think that, like, either I was wrong or she has improved so much. This was a perfect match between these two. It wasn't like the most technical or like story focused match of all time, but it did like an incredible job of expanding the dumb teenage soap opera that has been the Judgment Day in 2024. And more than anything, it actually showed Liv being dominant against Rhea in like a convincing way. Like, Rhea was struggling against Liv, and it was believable because Liv was being such a little fucking shit. And because of that, every time Rhea got her hands on Liv, it was a huge pop. And then, like, every time Liv pulled some bullshit, and then the double twist with Dominic at the end, this is some of my favorite wrestle bollocks from 2024. I thought this was great. I really, really liked it. Bryan Danielson and Will Ospreay. This was just the best in terms of pure technical wrestling. This was the best wrestling match of 2024. This was fucking insane. It's two of the best in the world meeting, and it's a dream match, right? But there's always a problem with dream matches where, like, say you have Okada and Danielson, who have gone 3 times now, and they have had some bangers, like, don't get me wrong, but when you get a dream match like this, the thing you can never account for is chemistry. are these two going to have chemistry? And sometimes the answer is no. And I always feel that's the problem with the Okada Danielson matches. Whatever X factor you want, like whatever weird, like intangible connection between two wrestlers that you just can't predict, I don't think it was there for Okada and Danielson. It was absolutely there for Danielson and Ospreay. Their styles meshed so fucking well. Like, you have Danielson, and he's this really grounded, technical wrestler. Very rarely leaves his feet, very rarely goes above the first rope. And then you have Ospreay, who is like, you know, the aerial assassin. And the combination of Daniels just like hard hitting, striking, and submitting versus Ospreay's like high flying, high impact. It was absolute fucking wrestle magic. It was beautiful. It was so, so good. Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes. This match, there are definitely better technical wrestling matches. This match was messy. It was overbooked. It was all over the fucking place.
That's right, boys. Mondo cool.
It was also like the most insane emotional event that has happened in wrestling in the last decade, I think.
That's right, boys.
For people who don't know, this was the match where Roman Reigns' 4-year title run came to an end. And the way it was done was so fucking right, beautiful.
Boys. Mondo cool.
Pointing finger. I acknowledge my tribal chief.
Hell yeah. Extra per Kameguru. Like, you went into this match, and I think people were 50-50 in what was going to happen. You know, like, there was a lot of reasons Roman might have won this. And when it was all said and done, you really genuinely felt like you'd seen the end of an era. And the way it fucking ended, the way Roman lost that title, I am not going to talk about it because I'm doing a video on it. The next video I'm doing, the video I'm working on right now, is The Unreality of Pro Wrestling Finish the Story. And it's basically a redo of the Roman Reigns video. Not a full redo, but I am updating that video to finish the story because that is how fucking hard that ending hit me. I thought it was incredible. I thought it was a really, really great match. It was a dessert bowl of a match. It was everything in the kitchen sink. It wasn't tight. It wasn't efficient. It was fucking insane. It was just, yeah, I'm still kind of blown away by it. Takeshita versus Will Ospreay. Another wrestler who had like an insane 2024 was Takeshita. I think he's absolutely come out as one of the best wrestlers in AEW, one of the best wrestlers in the world, honestly. I'm ashamed to say I haven't watched his G1 matches. I still am getting around to that. Also, if you're noticing a lack of Stardom matches in the I haven't watched any Stardom this year. I'm going to go back and watch those matches, but unfortunately, yeah. But I will see that they get theirs next year. And yeah, I love this match. I think it's very rare you see Will Ospreay matched with someone who can go on his level. Like, usually Will Ospreay is the one providing the high spots or one providing the pace, and he is wrestling around someone else. In this match, he found his absolute equal in Takeshita, and just watching the fucking meteor smash, 2 meteors crashing together, was so much fun. Just the most brutal, hard-hitting kind of match, and I loved it. This was fantastic. Sting and Darby Allin versus the Young Bucks. I don't think this is going to be on too many people's match of the year list, and I want to explain why it's mine. Sting's whole gimmick in AEW is that his stats are broken. He doesn't get affected by pain. He's invincible. And that's stupid, but it's Sting. You know, this dude has been wrestling longer than The Undertaker. You know, he's been wrestling like as long as like Hulk Hogan. He's been wrestling longer than Ric Flair. Like, he is the immortal ghost of wrestling. And this was his last match. This was his last match ever. And so who do you put him against? The Icon. His name is literally The Icon. You put him against the worst of the new generation, the biggest little shit-eating heels of all time in the Young Bucks, people who are legitimately hated by people, legitimately hated by wrestling fans for all the shit that went down with Punk. And you have them do that against Sting. You have them fight him basically in a 2-on-1 match for most of the match. And then you let Sting fucking come back and beat them. And it was, I thought, a perfect end to Sting's career. I don't think everyone needs to go out on their back. I genuinely don't think that's necessary. I think sometimes it's okay for a legend to go out on top. I think someone like Sting has earned it. And I could not have wrote a better match for how Sting retired. I really loved this match. And the winner is... Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania 40. Look, I went back and forth a lot between this match and Bryan Danielson versus Swerve Strickland. And here's what I'll say. This match was so good that it's making me redo a video. That's how good this match was. I understand I'd say half the wrestling matches we just listed are better technical wrestling matches than this. I genuinely believe that. But I watched this match with Michelle. We both stayed up late and watched it. And afterwards, I was nearly in tears because I was so happy that I got to experience it with her. I was so happy that like this little person, this little most important person in my life, we got to experience this moment together. And then like you look at social media afterwards, and it's like little kids who are like 4 years old bawling their eyes out because Roman Reigns lost. And it's like, but Roman Reigns is a heel. I thought they'd be up for Cody. And then you remember, oh, this kid's 4 years old. Roman Reigns has been the champion for his entire life. And now he's experiencing this new era. I think WWE like has a lot. I am not as up on WWE as a lot of people right now. Like I think WWE right now, it feels a little sterile. And I really don't think that the Netflix episode helped. I thought that was actually 3 really weak hours of television. But in terms of spectacle, in terms of long-term storytelling, those are the two things WWE can combine like no other wrestling league. WWE is always going to outdo New Japan in spectacle, and it's always going to outdo New Japan in long-term storytelling for the simple reason it's been around for so much longer. And like in the original video, I talked about how the Roman Reigns story is 12 years in the making. When you mix Cody Rhodes into that, it's a story like 40 fucking years in the making. You know, it goes back beyond Cody. It goes to Dustin. It goes to Dusty. There was so much history and emotion in this match. Like, there was so much writing on it. And we will never see another match like this again. I think, like, I just... something that has so much history and so much legacy. And I absolutely fucking loved it. I really genuinely loved it. And as I said, I'm making a video out of it. I'm making another wrestling video, which is a really bad idea because WWE are going to take all my AdSense and I'm probably not going to make any fucking money from it, you know? That's what they do every time I make a video, and that's what they did in the last Roman Reigns video. And I love this so much, I'm going to take the financial hit, which, just to be clear, is going to be thousands and thousands of dollars. I am going to lose thousands of dollars because I have to talk about this match so bad. That's ridiculous. I have hung out with other YouTubers and they have been like, why do you make wrestling videos with footage? Like, how do you like make sense of the fact that you are losing so much money? And it, yeah, okay, Slooshed Rat, Passion Project 100%.
That's right,
yeah.
boys. Mondo
So just to say, if you would like to support my extremely poor financial decision, You can subscribe to the stream, or you can head on over to eyepatchwolves.com or head over to patreon.com/super eyepatchwolf. I'm not going to pretend that like I don't do well on the internet in terms of financially I do great, but it is one, like, genuinely, if I didn't get the support on the internet that I do, I match videos like this would not happen. The first Roman Reigns video wouldn't have happened, and this fucking one absolutely would not. Then. Thank you, appreciated, Greyvale. Greyvile, that's very sweet. So filters and stuff like that. I know how to juke content ID pretty well, but the problem is my videos will always like come up in wrestling feeds, and so they will just manually be found. And I have tried everything with WWE to get past their copyright. I can't. They just, every time they get you, and it's not one copyright claim, it's literally dozens and dozens of different copyright claims. The last Roman Reigns video, I went back and forth for like 4 days, like making little changes, re-uploading it, and every day I would wake up the next day and there would just be like the entire video blanketed in copyright IDs. Look, I didn't get into YouTube because I thought it would be profitable.
Final Gamer, I hope you had an excellent new year.
Thank you, plot twist. I got into it because I love making videos, and I'm going to make this stupid fucking video. And it's going to cost me a lot of money. Fuck it. I have to talk about it, you know? But anyway, yeah, guys, thank you for listening to my unhinged wrestling rants. I know not everyone here is a wrestling fan, but we will now move on to our next award. Award for game I forgive for being British. And the winner is... Thank goodness you're here. I loved this game. Thank goodness you're here is low-key one of the best games I played this year. It is very funny, but I think that I'm genuinely impressed by like the level of game design that went into this game. It is so good at leading you through it, but in a way that it still feels like you're doing stuff. One of my favorite things about this game is something really simple and something I kind of want to talk about in a video at some point, but it's the idea of reactivity. And there is like someday I hope John will forgive me for being British too. Jordan DH. I forgive you, buddy. And thank goodness you're here. It's like basically you go to this, you're this little man here, and you go to this strange British town where people have all these problems, and you literally run around slapping people and inadvertently solving all the problems. But what I loved about this game is that everything reacts. Slap and jump are they are your verbs. They are the only two things you can do in this game, right? But everything reacts to you slapping it, and sometimes it's only like a little slap, or a little reaction. Like sometimes it'll be a little like a garbage bin or something, and it'll just go. But then other things, like people will give new lines of dialogue. Sometimes you'll like completely transform how a character looks. You'll like splash shit on them, and it's like you can run around on this entire game, and it feels so good just slapping everything and watching it all react in these really weird and creative ways. The timing of the game is like fucking incredible. It does this thing I really love where sometimes it'll cut to a new scene and you can't see your character on scene. And then you hit A, and your character just like falls into the scene, or like explodes out of a wall, or just does this, and it's constantly like delightful. And that's the word I would describe for this game: delightful. I really, really loved it. It's really surreal and weird. Your character's scale changes from scene to scene, and I just had such a good time with this game. Absolutely one of my favorite games of the year, which we will talk about later. But yeah. That is the award for Game I Forgive for Being British. Thank goodness you're here. Our next award, Best Anime. The nominees are Delicious in Dungeon, Frieren Beyond Journey's End, One Piece, the new one, Uzumaki Episode 1. Episode 1. Just episode 1. That's it. Dan to Dan. Ultimate Muscle Kinnikuman Origins. Okay, let's go through here and give everyone its flowers, okay? Delicious in Dungeon. I think this was one of the biggest new series. Like, I think people really, really got behind this series,
right,
and
boys.
it's interesting because
Theoretically, if you had to wrestle Wooly at MagFest, what type of match gimmick would you choose?
so in a intermission lounge, I answered how I would book me and Wooly in a wrestling match, and it is if you're a Versus Wolves patron, you can find that episode. I will tell it on stream at one time. I might even tell it at the panel. Pop-Tart Kitty, thank you for gifting the scope to Frankie Lolia. Hey, Frankie, if you are here, welcome, my friend. Good to see you again. Hope you're having a good new year. Fearless Coward 9, thank you for the 23-month subscription. My cousin Vinny, thank you for the 19-month subscription. Plot Twist, thank you for the subscription. Cairo Site, thank you for the subscription. I know I say your name every time, but I appreciate it. Loki O, thank you for the subscription. Extra Super Kameguru, thank you for the subscription. Icon Hence, thank you for the subscription. Prince Yuki, thank you for the subscription. Jump and Jerk, thank you for the gift subscriptions. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. And Delicious in Dungeon is probably like the most come from behind series for me, because like I watched the first 2 episodes and I really didn't think that this was a series for me. I was really starting to feel like I just don't know that I give a shit about watching these admittedly cute little fellas cook dinner for 24 episodes. And much like the dungeon itself, I think the way that this show leads you deep down a path and then all of a sudden gets super fucked up. And I know it's that thing where it's not that thing like, what if it was cute but fucked up? It's like, it's very pleasant, it's very funny, and it's a very cozy time until it isn't. Until things get real for these characters in like a really major way. And I kind of loved it. I really, really enjoyed so much about this show. I think it's Trigger. There's not a whole lot of episodes where it really feels like a Trigger show, but in the moments that it shines through, it is gorgeous. It is such a beautiful show. And I think there's like the whole storyline behind it is they're basically trying to retrieve their party member who's been killed by a dragon. And you know, you're making your way through the first like 12ish episodes, and it's nice, it's fun. When they hit that dragon, shit pops off in a really fucked way, and it completely bowled me over. I was like, I cannot believe that this little cozy cooking show has taken this direction. Frieren, Beyond Journey's End. This was another anime that I really like. I was not sure about this for a long time, and I think I still need to watch more. Like, I still have a fair bit of Frieren ahead of me. Sometimes I do struggle with it because I think it's like a little slow, but then I also feel like in the parts that it gets me, I really enjoy this show so much. And it's for as different as it is to Delicious in Dungeon, it's like so similar as well in that like it is a really cozy time until it ain't. Until it's like fucked up, and well, not even fucked up, but just until it starts going hard. And I think it's also like one of the most original shows in how it frames its story, in that in a lot of ways like the story has already happened and you are seeing the characters so far beyond that. And the whole idea is that this elf girl, Frieren, is like 1,000 years old, and 100 years ago or something, or like 50 years ago, whatever it was, she went on a quest to save the world with her buddies. They saved the world. They're all human, and except for a dwarf, and she's an elf, and so she outlives them. She watches them all fade away and die. Now she's on a new quest with new buddies, and it is very introspective, very like atmospheric. Like a lot of the show is vibes, and a lot of the show is like, it's very like introspective and like contemplative about what it means to age, what it means to have an effect on the world around you, what it means to have an effect on other people. And it is absolutely something that I want to watch more of this year, because like what I did watch, I really, really enjoyed. And who knows, maybe if I'd watch more, like this would be number one with a bullet, but we shall see. This was the year that I remembered that One Piece is like one of the greatest stories of all time. I'd been kind of off One Piece. I kind of sat out most of Wano just because I was doing other shit, and I just decided to throw on the Egghead Island arc because it was on Netflix and it was easily accessible, and I ended up having the time of my life watching One Piece. You guys know I do Eye Patch Wolves. I do Eye Patch Wolves, which is like my fake anime thing. It's fake story that I communicate through clothes. And there was a lot this year about... There's going to be some stuff, hopefully coming later this year, that around Eye Patch Wolves that is going to be, I guess, a big expansion of that idea. I can't say what it is yet, but you'll know it. And I've been thinking a lot about storytelling, and I've been thinking a lot about the construction of stories, world building, and how you ground characters in a world that makes sense. And absolutely the biggest inspiration for that has been going back to One Piece and seeing the oceanic depth of its world. Like, it is fucking insane. I don't know that there is a deeper, better fictional world in One Piece. Like, I know that's hyperbolic, but like I genuinely can't think of anything that comes close. Like, even say like something like Berserk, one of the best, the GOAT for me, the GOAT story, Berserk. Not even Berserk like touches One Piece in the complexity and depth and just like thoughtfulness of its world building. There are so many moving parts to One Piece, which like by itself is impressive. But here's the thing, each one of those moving parts is like amazing, There's fucking amazing characters in every corner of One Piece. There is like there's every location is a fucking character. Egghead Island, like the place this takes place on, is just as interesting as any character of this arc. But then like you take that and you have the return of Rob Lucci, and my favorite anime fight of this year, Lucci versus Luffy. Absolutely incredible animation that to me put pretty much everything else to shame. Fucking unbelievable. And you had the expression of Joy Boy, Luffy's Gear 6, I think it is, and like the animation behind it and how it made Joy Boy feel. It made it feel like not just like another, anime power-up. It made it feel not just like another Super Saiyan thing. It made it feel like, reality literally distorts around Luffy when he does this. We become his reality, his fucking Tex Avery cartoon reality. And Gear 5, thank you. And it was amazing. And it was also like, it's rare enough for Michelle to get into anime, but even I'd be watching One Piece and she'd just sit around and watch it because it looks so nice now. The pacing's still kind of shitty. That is the one thing I'd say. Occasionally you watch an episode and very little happens.
John, did you see One Piece film Red? Oda worked on it personally.
Talig 18, I have, yeah. I would put it in the upper tier of good One Piece movies. I liked it. It wouldn't be my favorite. I'd still say Movie X or Film Z. I think it's Film Z. And Movie 6 I prefer. But I would say it's maybe number 3 compared to them. Gear 6 is Luffy Blue. Uzumaki Episode 1. Okay. I don't want to talk about what a letdown the other episodes are for Uzumaki, okay? I get it. We all get it. Those episodes are bad. They're not good. The reasons they're bad have been publicized. I feel bad for those animators. What I think is important, that if you want to boil down to me the single most powerful 20 minutes of anime that I experienced this year, it was this episode. It was seeing Junji Ito's Uzumaki adapted in a way that not even did justice to that story, but elevated it. Absolutely fucking elevated it. Elevated it through incredible sound design, some beautiful animation, some fucking stunning shot composition. I am just really grateful we got this. And like, I get it. It is such a letdown to see this episode and then see the rest of it. I don't think you can argue that this is one of the best episodes of anime that came out this year. I just don't think there's any way to do that. And I think for that alone, like, it deserves a place on this list. Dan to Dan. Dan to Dan was another, like, actually, you know, I said earlier how I thought that, you know, Delicious in Dungeon might have been the biggest thing in anime this year. I think that's probably wrong. I think Dan to Dan was the anime I started hearing about from non-anime people being like, you watching this Dan to Dan? You know, what's all this? And Dan to Dan, I also think, had possibly the best first episode of any season this year. Maybe coming second only to Uzumaki. I thought Dan to Dan's first episode was stunningly gorgeous. It has one of the best OPs of the entire year. The only reason I don't say best is because, for me, One Piece's new OP just about peaks it. Fucking incredible voice cast. Momo, the sub, one of the best performances of like a heroine I have ever heard. Absolutely amazing. Dan to Dan is like, it's a weird show for me. I'm not like, you know, the whole like the granny stole his dick and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't really do a whole lot for me. It, like, not criticizing it, it just doesn't do much for me. But then the moments it hits, it really hits. And like, you guys know what I'm talking about. Episode 7, it was episode 7, right? The acrobatic silky episode. That's just, I mean, that's close to the best episode of anime that I watched this year. I don't know about you guys. My local movie theater literally had a screening of the first 3 episodes. Damn, that's so fucking cool. Down, spoiler warning. I'm not going to spoil episode 7. I'm just going to say, I heard from everyone, you gotta watch episode 7. And then I watched episode 7 and I was like, no notes. That is exactly as good as everyone said. My favorite thing about Dan to Dan is actually like just the romance. I find the romance parts of it like really weirdly compelling. And I like the shonen aspect of it, but the romance is kind of I need to get a water after this award. The romance part of it, actually, I am so invested in these little two shitheads. Like, I want everything to be okay. I haven't read the manga, but I think it does a great job of fleshing out both these characters, and I think their interactions always feel believable. And there's a moment where they kind of bump into each other and have this little accidental kiss. Absolutely my favorite moment of cute anime this year. Kinnikuman Perfect Origins. This was insane. And it reminded me how much I love Ultimate Muscle. My fear for this is that I don't think that many people are going to watch it because I think the first episode was really poorly handled. The first episode is basically a recap of 450 chapters of manga. And it is, even for me, someone who like knows something about Kinnikuman, I found it like kind of impenetrable. And I would stress to everyone, just get through that first episode and go from there. It's so silly, it's so melodramatic, it's so funny. There's so many good jokes in this show. And it had one of my favorite new villains of this year in Strong the Budo. He has a fight with Mountain Man that genuinely got me emotional. He fights a sentient mountain. This was fantastic. It's like one of the simplest anime in that, like, it's shonen shit. You know, it's good guys versus bad guys, and it's melodramatic speeches and believing in yourself and all this kind of stuff. It's fucking awesome. There is a bad guy in this, and his gimmick is that he is a baby that ages up over the course of your fight with him. So he's really weak to begin with, but then over the course of his life, which is your match, he becomes the perfect opponent against you. And it's so, like, how do you think that shit up? You know, how do you think that up? It was awesome. Really, really enjoyed it. Before I announce the winner, I just want to throw an honorable mention to the new Ranma half. I already got to watch 3 episodes of it. I'm going to watch more. I think it's a great anime adaptation, and in a year of killer OPs, that also has a really, really great OP. And the winner is it's One Piece. I think in a very real sense, One Piece kind of, okay, my voice is going a little bit because I haven't done this for a little while, so I'm gonna grab a water now. Occasionally I have to stop mid-sentence, and I think it sounds like I'm crying. I'm not actually crying. I'm not actually getting super emotional, except very occasionally. My voice is going a little bit because I'm talking nonstop. One Piece this year, like, it reawakened my love of shonen. Like, that is what it did. It showed me shonen at its absolute peak. And the crazy thing is, like, Egghead Island, I think Egghead Island is fantastic. I don't think even think Egghead Island is like the best One Piece is capable of, you know? And I'm not crying. God damn it, chat, I'm not crying. And like, look, my stipulations, like the credentials to these rewards, is how much did I feel watching it. And I think when you boil down all the anime, I think there's like, but even then, I would say like Luffy versus Lucci, I enjoyed that nearly as much as Uzumaki episode 1, nearly as much as episode 7 of Dandadan, and like, you know, it's just, there's so few. The only thing I can criticize it for is the pacing. The pacing is the only thing I didn't like about it, but the fact that I was like still happy to sit through it and just like reconnect with all these characters, it was genuinely a fucking joy. And like, the biggest thing for me, what I want out of any piece of media I consume, is I want to feel inspired. You know, I want to feel like I want to watch and experience shit that makes me want to go make shit. After so many episodes of One Piece, it got me thinking about like the kind of shit I want to write, the kind of characters I want to do, how I want them to connect to the world around them, how I want them to connect to each other. And it was just fucking fantastic. And like, yeah, One Piece is the GOAT. Like, that's going to be the thing now. One Piece is like the greatest fucking manga anime of all time. It's not for me. I don't want to say yet, because I just don't think anything's ever going to beat Berserk. But it's that for a reason. Like, this is the manga that has defined not a generation, like multiple generations, a decades, like multi-decade spanning generational story. And it's that way for a reason. You don't have to like it, but you do kind of have to acknowledge that at the end of the day, there's just nothing else like One Piece. Like, it exists on a level that I was going to say so few pieces of media get to exist on, but the truth is none do. Like, none get to exist on like how One Piece has. And what this season of anime was, for me, was a reminder of that. And so that is why One Piece wins the Final Gamer Award for 2024's Anime of the Year. Award for a game I'll say nice things about now so people don't get mad later when I cut it. And the winner is Metaphor ReFantazio. Metaphor ReFantazio has the best menus in any game this year. My god, what stunning menus this game has. Each menu feels so bespoke, feels so perfectly illustrated. It's so good. They're just mwah, they're so good. The character portraits in this game are incredible. They're so expressive. They're so subtly painted. Look at this piece of art. This might be one of the best piece of concept art. I'll move myself out of the way. I'll move myself. Get the fuck out of here, me. Look at this. Look at how gorgeous this is. Look at Huckeberg. Look at protagonist character. Look at Gallica. Look at inferior male. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. The battle music is really fun, you know, with the acapella. Hi, like it's fun. I think
Happy
the battle.
Final Gamer Awards finalists.
Thank you, Wayfarer. Yeah, you know, it's definitely an RPG. This is a role-playing game. If anyone tells you this isn't a role-playing game from Japan, that's ridiculous. The big face in the sky, that shit's cool. I thought that was pretty dope. I like that there's a Griffith in it. The humans, they're so fucking cool. I think there was a really cool boss fight where an egg man, I cracked open his bottom and fought a bunch of little penguin people inside him. It also... Some of the character designs are nice. And that is the 2024 Final Gamer Award for game I will say nice things about now so people don't get mad when I cut it later. Moving on. Strongest... Oh, Jesus. I forgot I did this. Strongest waifu. Guys, I am going to go grab a glass of water. I'm going to leave you with Eye Patch Wolves for a second. I'll be back in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. In the house tonight, cheering me on are some of the biggest celebrities in Angel City, like the one responsible for exposing Crow as the fraud she is. It's Damage! And the other members of the Kings of Violence.
Does she ever stop talking?
Oh my god, she said my name! Kinda! And of course, savior to Angel City, CEO of Zero Day Industries, and my beloved boss. Huh? I can't believe it's him! Zero! Are you ready to once and for all see this bitch humiliated? I hope someone either brought a stretcher or a body bag, cause those are the only ways she's leaving this arena.
You ever hear that expression? Wolves don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep.
I'm gonna enjoy this.
And I have returned. We are back for the strongest waifu category. Was that Pro ZD? No, that was not. That was a different voice actor.
That's right, boys. Mondo Cool.
Who is also very good. So John wrote himself a furry fanfic. No, Ahmed Ben. I know people think that, but that's not what I did. Okay, strongest waifu. The nominees for 2024 are Rhea Ripley. I mean, look, Rhea Ripley really fucking cooked this year. She had a lot of great matches. She is the center point of all sexuality, as far as I'm concerned. If by that I mean that I just think whatever you're into, Rhea Ripley has something you'll appreciate. Surely, she's just perfect, and every target audience, I think she hits a little bit, right? Huckenberg. People like Huckenberg a lot. I like her ears. I think they're cool. I think she's strong. You can make her a monk and punch people, and that is very fun. I always forget this girl's name. Renelia? This girl from Dark Souls, from Elden Ring, Shadow of Erdtree. This girl fucking is awesome. She's so cool. She is so good. This is also one of the best boss fights in that entire DLC, I think. Rolana. Thank you, Crow of Justice. I appreciate it. Rolana was such an awesome surprise. I was not expecting her at all, and then to stumble into this boss fight and for it to be as fucking amazing as it was, she was so great. Elena from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I was looking forward to see how they would do Elena, and I did not expect her to end up being one of the highlights of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I thought they did such a great job on her, and I thought, she embodies a lot of what I think the best things about Rebirth are. It's like so much of the charm of the original, but also like expanded upon. Her getting thirsty in the desert and begging Rude for water or an ice pop was like one of my favorite parts of this whole thing. I love finding her in the bar drunk. I love her fighting style. I love how they characterized her. Like, this was genuine. She was so fucking cool, and every part of her was a joy. Every part of the game with her was a joy. Also quite strong. I mean, guys, it's Kathy. I don't know what else to say. Look, there could absolutely only be one winner, and it's Kathy. Kathy is the absolute strongest waifu this year. She pushed me to my limits over and over and over and over and over, and it was never going to be anything but Kathy. For what was basically a randomly generated NPC character on these streams to turn into the fucking phenomenon she did, that was like one of my favorite moments of the last year. Like, just seeing how the community like characterized her, the personality they gave her, all the shit with her and Gabby, just everything. It was a highlight of my year. She is genuinely one of my favorite fictional characters ever, and she's barely fictional. Like, she barely existed at all until this community made her. So this award goes out to everyone who did fan art of her, all the fan fiction of her, all the fucking crazy shit that happened this year. It was absolutely one of the best things about this year, and people have asked, like, if they still do Kathy fan art, will we still show it on streams? And goddamn, of course we will. Kathy tattoo win. Guys, don't tempt me. Don't fucking tempt me. Okay, just let's not go there. But yeah, Kathy is our 2024 strongest waifu. Award for game with a title that made me think it was going to be about dental hygiene, but in actuality ended up being around about how abuse is a systemic issue, and that the people who allow it are as guilty as those who perpetrate it, and how ultimately capitalism is the true cosmic horror. And the winner for award for the game with the title that made me think it was actually about dental hygiene, but in actuality ended up being about abuse and is a systemic issue, and how the people who allow it are as guilty as the people who perpetrate it, and how capitalism is the ultimate systemic horror is mouthwash. Best indie game of the year is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Honestly, with this category, I just don't think anything else was really trying. This, I think, was the only Indiana Jones, the only indie game that released. And I would hope that when we do the Best Indie Awards for next year, that more people try harder. And I saw the best indie game at the Game Awards, and I don't know if I'm missing some. That list made no fucking sense at all. In fact, I would say any indie game list I have seen has not made a list a lick of fucking sense to me. Like, I just don't get what I'm missing. But yeah, like it's obvious. But the best indie game of 2024 is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, because there were no others. Anyway, most fucked up Dokapon moments. My audience turning against me. My award for the most fucked up moments in Dokapon 2024 is my audience turning against me. Which moment, you may ask? All of them. Every fucking one of them, you fucking people. I come here and I stream every week and I expect to be respected. I expect to be believed in. I expect to be praised. And I get fucking none of that when you all go with some fucking NPC. Some little string of code that you prefer over me, even though I'm real and they're not. Okay, just glad I got that out of the way. And Steve absolutely humiliating you. I mean, that was pretty fucking bad. Anyway. Okay. And with that chat, we enter the final gamer game of the year, which we will do shortly after a brief trip to Planet Fanart. So I guess the first thing I want to talk about with Planet Fanart is I think I might owe people a little bit of an apology. I think towards the end of last year, I came up with a new bit on stream, and it was called Big Jacket Weather. And this is where I basically pretended I was a hip-hop artist. And I think it's tricky, right? I think the thing that I didn't consider when like doing the Big Jacket Weather thing is what a fucking hit it would be. I'd like to apologize to anyone who doesn't think Big Jacket Weather isn't the future of this channel. Super Eye Patch Wolf is going away. Soon there will only be Big Jacket Weather. And to prove this, to prove my absolute virtuosic ability in hip hop, I spent some of the holidays writing a rap song, which I will now read for all of you. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, let me get our little graphic back up on screen here. It's very important. Okay. I'm still working out the kinks a little bit, but here we go. My name's Big Jacket Weather. I'm the Emperor of Dublin. When fools try and take my crown, the bodies started doubling. You've met the final gamer. You've met Eye Patch Wolf. Now it's time for BJW, here to raise the roof. Better check the sky for some mild precipitation, because when BJW comes around, they rock every nation. I'm sorry, I messed that up. Why a big jacket? You don't see no snow? Well, motherfucker, it's cause my rhymes are ice cold! That's it. That's everything I have so far. If people want to pretend that wasn't the most fire shit they've ever heard, that's okay. But I think I think that everyone who witnessed that knows what just happened. It was incredible. That's the most fire shit I've ever heard. I know. Can Wooly do a breakdown? Trust me, Wooly is gonna get all the Big Jacket Weather he could fucking handle. Don't worry about that. Good Garfield tattoo, Mad City. That's the shittiest fire I've ever heard. The Skoogles, come on! Too late to get signed by Diddy. I know. I think it's good that Diddy has been exposed, but I wish people could have waited like a month so I could have got my record deal. Will there be a live reading at MagFest? You better fucking... We'll see. Send all your Big Jacket Weather fan art to regulareyepatchwolf@gmail.com. Okay, let's get through some. We got a lot of very lovely fan art over the holidays, and we're just gonna get to that before we start ranking our video games. Oh boy, who? This first one is...
That's right, boys. Mondo Cool.
4-month of final subbing.
Thank you, Tarnished_Sarah. I appreciate it. This first piece of fan art is quite a lot. I guess technically it's not fan art of me, but I think on stream once I said, man, can you imagine if Makima and Rouge the Bat switched outfits? And I wish that I could have told what a portal to hell I was opening up when I said that, because my fucking god. This is from at Strong Moist. There is so much skill that has gone into this. I think in many ways it is an incredible piece of fan art. But wow, it sure is a lot. That's a lot of Makima. Thank you for your submission. I once again could never have predicted that little comments would result in the level and amount of fan art that it did. I am going to now take that off screen because chat is getting way too horny. What are we doing here? Okay. Give me 1 sec there, chat. Okay. So this next one came from a person. I saw someone sent this to me from a Reddit. I couldn't find the original poster, so apologies about that. But basically, this is a picture that's been designed to frame Wooly as the villain that he is, and it's obviously this was a very upsetting moment for me. I refuse to go into more detail. If you have not seen it, I ain't saying shit, okay? And I think this is very clearly intended to show Wooly as the negative person he is, and I think the artist is completely successful in that. I imagine this person sympathizes with me a lot and thinks I'm really cool. That's kind of my takeaway from this. Hobo Crawfish always has a clam, and within that clam, I think we can all move past the Hobo Crawfish bit now. I don't appreciate it. I think it's always been a very insulting thing, and I'm not going to deny that this person doesn't have sick Photoshop skills. That is a blue crawfish, and it has my little patch in my eye, and there's my bayonet. But okay, whatever. Here is a rendition from Pop Tart Kitty of the Garfield's tattoo. I would like to stress that this is not a actual photo of me. This is not what I now look like. This is a artist's rendition. This is an illustration. It's obviously very good. I actually genuinely really think the amount of detail that's gone into the tattoo is kind of fucking sick. But yeah, this will not be happening. This is absolutely not the future. So let's just put that out of our minds. I appreciate the artistry that's gone into it. It's a fantastic piece, but no, I say. This also came from one of the subreddits, and I think this is a statement on. Wait, is this a meme? I think I thought it was me because it kind of looks like me, but I can't tell. Is this a meme template? Have I mistook meme template for fan art? But anyway, it's a meme. I thought so. Okay. I think given how it relates to Dokapon, I kind of had to, but it said, this is John playing Dokapon, and I just thought that was very funny. So, fair play to whoever made that connection. I just think this is kind of my face, though. And that threw me. But yeah, it's a meme. This was so fucking cool. This was from Ampersand, and it was basically King from Eye Patch Wolves. A little menu of their shit in this. Ampersand does like this alternate reality Eye Patch Wolves, not fan fiction, but like alternate reality universe.
That's right.
Where they basically have created like a magical girl universe out of Eye Patch Wolves, and this is King's menu from that alternate universe. And I think the fact that people are doing AU fan fictions of Eye Patch Wolves lets me know that I have achieved something. Do you guys legit want to know how I feel like I've actually achieved something with Eye Patch Wolves? It's not like the money I've made from it, and it's not like the fucking thousands of pieces of merch we've sold. It's that an Eye Patch Wolves fan fiction exists on Archive of Our Own. That's how I know. That's how I know that I have created fiction that I have achieved on some base level. Say another one from Ampersand, and it's Zero from that magical universe. I just thought that's fucking so awesome. It's so cool. Again, another little, like, this is basically, like, I don't know, a little logo or, like, just a little motif for that universe, and it looks so good. This one is from Coral Palette, and this is, I think this was specifically from something I said about, Coral Palette has done, like, a bunch of, I'm totally blanking on her name, the girl from Fear and Hunger 2, it's not Marina, it's not Ethel, it's, help me out here, chat. Olivia. And I just thought it was rad and relevant enough to show on stream. It was so cool. This one was, I think this was P. Pickles. Yep, that's... from Pernia, P-R-R-N-Y-I-A. This, I mean, at this point, what else is there to even say? She is so cute in this rendition. She's great. I guess I might as well mention now that next week the Shenmue Let's Play will be resuming. God fucking damn it. This one is from Ria. Is this actually the game that Wooly wore a suit for? This fucking baby bullshit. I didn't say that, did I? This looks like something I would be in like an afternoon. 6 months later. I wish I could turn back time, because now the guilt is all mine. Okay, I don't know what moment this is referring to. I don't remember a moment like this from the last Okapon stream. Yes, you did. I don't think so, chat. I don't think any of that happened. You did. Okay, people, just to warn people, there's a lot of misinformation in the chat right now. But I guess this looks like if I lay down on my floor and started crying, which doesn't make any sense because like my camera doesn't even go that way. But it's still a really cool drawing, Ria, don't get me wrong. But yeah, I just can't relate to any of this stuff, you know? This is still from Eyepatch Wolves again. This is from Bongus Dongus, the patron saint of Eyepatch Wolves fanfiction. This is so fucking cute. This was awesome. Thank you, Bongus. That's right, Rio. Eat your fucking 9 pears. I'm assuming this is something I said in a fit of rage in the last Let's Play. But that is me telling Rio to eat his 9 pears, and it's great. And there's a bunny girl for gender equality. Sure. Don't be mad. Come on. You promised me a fun fight. I have a wife, and we play PlayStation together. Kathy has received the blackmail. This is from Alex the Adventurer. It's fucking awesome. I love this. Oh, is there... I don't know if I have the artist that did this. Let me just check. This is from Alto Doyler. Again, another from Ampersand. This is so fucking good. So this is Crow and Kim. So pretty. I love the look in your eyes when I hurt you. I used to think you were stronger than me, and yet now you seem so weak. This is some fucking top tier fan fiction, let me tell you. Thank you so much, Ampersand. This was one of those pieces that really made my day. Whoops. Okay, we got a little bit more to go here. Just a reminder, guys, you can send all your Eyepatch Wolves fan fiction into regulareyepatchwolf@gmail.com. That's regulareyepatchwolf@gmail.com. Goddamn Coral Palette. Okay, fucking... Okay, look, I'm gonna show you guys this. Don't fucking run away with it, okay? Do not. This is me in the center, and I am saying I have found myself sexually excited at the sight of cartoon horses. That is me reading out mouthwashing. That is not inside. That is not from within me. That is not how I feel about anything. I have very rarely found myself sexually excited at the sight of cartoon horses. I might even say never. Okay? I might even say never. And one of the horses is saying he is cute, and another is saying I can crush him. Do I appreciate the acknowledgements of biness? Yes. But this isn't... Look, I understand my t-shirt also says clown abs, which I think is referring to the Kimberly Angel You Are So Pathetic notebook, okay? I didn't choose those abs. The artist chose those abs and they did a great job on them. I did not choose the abs. The artist interpreted the abs, okay? I'm just saying. And look, and I have sold so many of those fucking notebooks. You people can say shit, okay? As ever, I am just the mirror that exposes your weird shit. Okay, that's all. That's moving on. Plainclothes Hero with another absolutely fucking killer piece of Kathy fan art. Kathy shed her excess bulk to achieve a form to optimize both power and speed. She is now stealthy. Easy shot. Just one continent away. This is like, okay, Plainclothes Hero, you have done, let me just make sure that this is actually Plainclothes Hero. Plainclothes Hero, yep. You have done a lot of like Dokapon fan art. This is probably my favorite shit you've done. This is so cool. This is so rad. I loved this. Thank you so much. It's just like the idea that like this is what Kathy looks like when she sniped me from across the continent. Amazing. Thank you. From Draw Miser, another Rouge X Kathy, another Rouge X Makima crossover. Good lord, people. This is super cute. This is just really, I love. She's got her chunky little legs. This is fantastic. Draw Miser, thank you so much. And here is an illustration of one of the most painful moments of my entire life. Yep. Betrayal, a shattered friendship, a broken heart, immortalized in pain. A friendship in flames. You're right, Crispin Fryer. You're right. I don't know why people are typing lol or LMAO. I don't see how that's relevant here. Yeah, anyway, I want to move on. It's bumming me out too much. You had to pull the trigger, John. If he was your real friend, he'd let it happen. They're planning to use the Riverdale Gambit. You want to protect your wife, don't you? This is the smash hit character Evil Mascara Snake Kun manipulating both me and Wooly. How much truth is there in that? I think there is an Evil Mascara Snake Kun in Versus Wolves, and I think they live within Wooly. Another fan art from Pop Tart Kitty. This is, I guess, my avatar with a sexy girl Garfield. Good lord. Oh, what am I doing? How did it come to this? Thank you, Pop Tart Kitty. It's a beautiful piece. Okay. We got two last pieces of fan art. That's not right. but we're nearly done. First, I believe it was Ampersand did this little Cathy emote, which was just really gorgeous. This is so fucking cute. Like, holy shit. Thank you so much. I think the idea of immortalizing Cathy in a emote is a really cute idea. Yeah, we will totally make this one of the emotes. Whichever mod is watching, please stay on top of me until I actually do that. Really, really cute. Love it. Thank you so much. Oh my god, this fucking thing. Oh boy, get ready, chat. This is basically an entire Google Doc, and I believe it's mashing up Eye Patch Wolves and Dokapon. John trying to convince the chat he isn't the biggest Cathy simp. I mean, come on! God damn, that is a gorgeous illustration, though. Like, the fucking skill, I literally, like, it literally looks like I've been carved out of clay. Like, it feels so 3D, and that's incredible. Like, can't even be mad. I'm trying to explain that lose 6 pounds accident to the chat. God damn it. The final gamer lost his plan.
That's right, boys. Mondo cool.
There was a whole explanation for, like, how the Eye Patch Wolves characters are mashing up with the Dokapon characters, and it was really, really fucking cool. But yeah, just, this is so rad. This is so, so rad. But yeah, thank you so much. I think that was from Super Tiger Hats. The final Dokujan and Super Tiger Hats. Yep, awesome. So, so cool. Thank you. And the final thing I will show today before we begin our awards. This one is from Skillful Ferret. And get ready, chat. This is a lot. That is fucking insane. That is so, so good. It's just, I could not believe that when I saw it. Be careful, chat. That's exactly what it feels like before she robs you of your dreams. So, so good. Oh my god, that was that. I think I just got that earlier today, and I'm still kind of in shock. The last thing John sees at night. More like the last thing I see before I lose everything. She can rob me of whatever she wants. Okay, that's enough, chat. That's all you guys get. Okay. It is now time for the main event. The final Gamer Awards for this year, where we will rank every game I played this year. I have cut some games that did not come out this year, but the really good ones I have put aside because we are going to be inserting them into our top 100. Last year, we listened to the Void Stranger soundtrack while doing this, and I think it worked out beautifully. I think we're going to do that again. Yeah, this feels right. This feels right, chat. I'm guessing... Okay, Faith actually does qualify. I hadn't it on the list, but yeah, no, you're right. Oh, where did I put... Okay. So, here we go. Speaking of Void Stranger, I don't know if you saw my earlier message. Oh shit, am I gone? Whoa. Stranger. I don't know if you saw my earlier message, but how the game changed my life and actual identity, and your recommendation of it sent me down a path. I did not see that, but jump and jerk, fucking do tell, buddy. I'd love to hear it. Okay, so here we have 2024's the games I played in 2024. Shotgun Roulette, Tekken 8, RZ the Jewel of Faramore, Helldivers 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Dragon's Dogma 2, Hades 2, Animal Well, Homebody, Sucker for Love, Crow Country, Dokapon Kingdom, that shouldn't be there, Shadow of Erdtree, Kinetsugami Path of the Goddess, UFO 50, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Metal Slug Tactics, Shotgun Showdown, or Shogun Showdown, Metaphor ReFantasio, Stalker Shadow of Oblivion, 1000X Resist, Slitherhead, Dragon Quest III Remake, Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, Mouthwashing, This Is Not Your House, Sorry, We're Closed, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Thank Goodness You're Here. And the games that did not come out this year that we will be ranking later: Dokapon Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Lies of P, Faith. 1 to 3, I guess we'll just call it Faith. Are there any games people can think of that I'm leaving out? Zaihudin, UFO 50 wasn't really that good. Zaihudin, you could not be more wrong. That game is fucking incredible. No Infinite Wealth. I did not play Infinite Wealth. The Silent Hill 2 remake. Jesus Christ, how could I forget? Shenmue 3, Little Goody Two Shoes. I don't think I played enough Little Goody Two Shoes to rank it. I only played that one stream. Stellar Blade, did not play Stellar Blade, did not play Balatro. Muko Rails, I did. Is Muko Rails, was that this year? Yakuza Gaiden, was that this year? There's no way Yakuza Gaiden. No, that was November 9th, 2023. Slay the Princess. Was Slay the Princess was not this year, was it? No, that was in me and Wooly's list last year. Click Holding, another one. Darkest Dungeon 2, that is definitely not this year. I don't think it is. No, that's 2021. Unless it came out of early access this year, but I don't think it did. And Goody Two Shoes, Pacific Drive. I did not play Pacific Drive. I did play Nine Souls. I did play Unicorn Overlord. Let's move this over here. Did you play B-side? Not yet. I did not play Home Safety Hotline, but I would have liked to. I don't think I played enough We Harvest Shadows. Was Silent Hill did Silent Hill Ascension come out this year? No way. No, I think that it. Yeah, that began in 2023, and honestly, I just don't want to fucking talk about it ever again. So, I do have 1000 X resist on there. Okay, I think that is gonna do it. Is there anything else people can think of? Tekken 8? I think Tekken 8 is on there. Pyromax. Thank you for the gift subscriptions, my friend. Tekken 8 is on there. I did not play Lorelei and the Laser Eye. I did play Helldivers. I think Helldivers is on here. Yeah, Helldivers 2. John, please tell me you at least tried Astrobot. I did not. I could try Astrobot, and I guarantee you it wouldn't get on this. It wouldn't like get high. It's just not my kind of game. Silent Hill: A Short Message I did not play. Bookshot Roulette. My apologies. Okay, so with that... Oh, is my camera gone again? Shit, what is going on? Oh, this sucks. Chat, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna try and sort this camera issue. I think maybe what's happening is that it's plugged into a USB directly right now, and then it's not getting the power. But if I can plug it into its own slot, it should be okay. Take this. Should hopefully provide it with all the power it needs. By the way, this is oh shit, what is going on? Sorry, guys. Okay, I'm gonna let it cool down. I will bring back the camera short. Okay. Maybe I can put a photo of me in the corner. Let me see here. Okay, just give me 1 second, chat. Okay, so I'm gonna put this here, and I'm gonna flip it. There we go. And so if I do this, it will look like nothing has changed. People will not be able to tell any difference at all. So there you see that it's, you can't even tell that it's you can't even really tell that anything's happened here. John, Slay the Princess came out in 2024. Did it? I feel like that's not true. But is it true? Because that was in me and Wooly's... No, it came out in 2023. The New Cut came out in 2024. Personally, I wouldn't say that New Cut like added enough to be considered like a brand new game. Like, it wasn't like a Erdtree kind of experience. That is a completely arbitrary line I'm drawing. I'm sure not everyone would, but yeah. Okay, so that is, how many games do we have here? $32 games. 32 games that we are going to rank 32 to 1. At the end of it, the top 10 games are going to go beside our old games and are eligible for entry in the actual final gamer list. I will turn my camera back on in a little bit. I just want to let it cool down. So, with that, what is my least favorite game I played this year? Okay. My least favorite is not Bookshot Roulette. I like Bookshot. It's not Tekken 8. It's not RZ. It's not Helldivers 2. It's not Final Fantasy Rebirth. It's not Dragon's Dogma 2. It's definitely not Hades 2. It's not Animal Well. It's not Homebody. It's not Sucker for Love. It's not Crow Country. It's not Shadow of Erdtree. It's not Kinitsugami. It's not UFO 50. It's not Trek Plus Legacy. It's not Metal Tactics. It is not Shogun Showdown. It's not Metaphor ReFantasio. It's not Stalker. It's not 1000X Resist. It's not Slitterhead. It's not the Dragon Quest 3 remake. Man, I played a lot of good games this year. It's not Shin Megami Tensei. It's not This Is Not Your House. It's not Sorry We're Closed. It's not Thank Goodness You're Here. It's not Indiana Jones. It's not Click Holding. It's not the Silent Hill 2 remake. It's not Nine Souls. But is it Unicorn Overlord? And I didn't dislike Unicorn Overlord. I really, really didn't. Fuck, that feels crazy. Unicorn Overlord's a beautiful game. Okay, I'm gonna move this to the maybe pile. Is it 9 Souls? Okay, guys, look, here it is. I didn't like 9 Souls that much. I know a lot of people loved it. And I respect that. But I just didn't like it that much, okay? I didn't like it that much, and it's not gonna get that far. John really gonna turn on Vanillaware. Here's the thing though, I don't usually love Vanillaware stuff. It's just okay. Look, it has to be something. 9 Souls is in the Bammer. 9 Souls is on the edge. Why aren't you ranking every separate game of UFO 50? Because this goddamn stream has to end sometime. This goddamn stream has to end sometime. 9 Souls is my game of the year. Sneezer Panda, I have no doubt about that, and I respect the hell out of it. But this is the final Gamer Game Awards. You know what? Slitterhead, I'm also gonna say, kinda cool, kinda jank. I played very little Stalker Shadow of Oblivion. Huh. You know what? Now that we're really getting into it, okay, you know what? I think I have my number 32, chat. And this kind of sucks because it was a game I was really, really looking forward to. I actually didn't like Metal Slug Tactics very much. And it's really simple. I think that game feels bad. I don't think it's like a fun game to play. There's something about like the way the menus go and like just... I don't know, whatever it is, every time I could...
Right, boys. Mondo cool.
Greasy Garbage Goblin, thank you for the subscription. Every time I had to sit down and play Metal Slug, I was always like, oh, there's just something not clicking about this game. There's some layer of like game design that is just missing from it. And I think there's so many better turn-based tactical games. I think Metal Slug is my number 32 game of the year. It's not a bad game. Like it's really not. It's not like a shit game. If the sprite work in it is lovely, it has some incredible artwork from Angriest D, who does like some of the art for Eye Patch Wolves. So like, there's a lot to like in Metal Slug. It's just, if I'm real here, there is no game I like worse, or I like worse than it. Okay. Next. I did not play a lot of Slitterhead. I liked what Slitterhead was doing. I thought it was ambitious and weird, and I want to play more of it. I don't know that I will, though.
That's right, boys. Mondo cool.
Yay.
Rolling Gramus, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for your subscription. I appreciate it. People are saying that Pop-Tart Kitty is saying that I need a VTuber. I don't know what a VTuber of me would be. Please make it an anime girl. That's my only request. So, I liked Stalker Shadow of Oblivion. I also played very little of that. And I think I definitely played more 9 Souls and more Unicorn than I did either of these two games. So I think it really is these two games. And I think I want to play more Stalker. I don't know I want to play more Slitterhead. I think number 31 is Slitterhead. I think number 30 is Stalker Shadow of Oblivion. I imagine Stalker Shadow of Oblivion is awesome. I bet that's going to be like a lot of people's game of the year. But if I'm real honest here, I just didn't play enough of it to speak authoritatively on it. And so I think because of that, it has to go at number 30. Next, I'm sorry, chat. I know people love this game. I know people love it. I know it's a lot of people's games of the year. And I'm a huge fan of Red Candle Studios. They sent me a code for this game, and I have so much respect for those guys. I just did not gel with Nine Souls at all. I know Fox is a huge fan of it. I'd be curious to see where it ranked on his top 10. But if I'm real, I spent about 3 hours with this game and didn't enjoy it at all. Something about the feel of it just felt really off to me. I didn't like the feel of the parries. I thought the attacks felt floaty. The art style was gorgeous. Like it was a nice art style, but it wasn't something I was personally invested in. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it. Nine Souls. Unicorn Overlord. Vanillaware. Vanillaware ass game. There's stuff I appreciate about this game. It is one of the most gorgeous games of the year. Let me pull it up real quick here. Like, if you're not familiar, this is what Unicorn Overlord looks like.
Crying out for whatever help will hear their pleas.
And it's like, it's Vanillaware doing their Vanillaware shit. It is a stunning looking game. It's like, really gorgeous. It's like this kind of it's a real-time strategy game, which you get so few of this year. I think where it kind of fell down for me is I just wasn't into the characters. There was no character in it, and I thought the story was okay. It's like, it's okay, but it's not like, it's fairly standard JRPG shit from what I could tell. It could change later on, but the early parts did not pull me in enough that I could find out. So yeah, I think this is a cool game. I think there's some interesting stuff here. It just didn't rank that highly for me. Unicorn Overlord is my 28th favorite game I've played this year. So I would say out of that, those are the games that I had no real investment eliminated. So now we are left with games that I pretty much liked every single one of them. But which goes next? Oh, another game I played this year? Fear the Spotlight. Homebody was released in 2023. My bad. I will delete it. Is the stream frozen for someone else? The stream, my camera died, and so this is like my this is my make good. I'm trying my best here, chat. Okay, the next game. I would say... This is already pretty tough. I'm looking at Sucker for Love. I'm looking at Bookshot Roulette. And I think I actually liked Bookshot Roulette a bit better than Sucker for Love. I liked Sucker for Love. I think the game has like really charming writing. I think that weird goat lady does exactly what she's meant to do to you. And I think it's well done. I don't think I like the gameplay parts of it very much. I just didn't enjoy like the kind of sneaking around the house stuff. I played the second chapter off stream, and I liked it, and it was fun. But I think it didn't stay with me in the way that I was hoping it would. But it's still a fun game. You can watch me play that on stream if you're interested. It's like a weird semi-dating sim where you date a crazy goat god. I love that tier list programs have become so popular over the last year, and John opts for Excel. Corey! Corey! Corey, next time I fucking see you! Have you played multiplayer Bookshot Roulette? I have not. And speaking of which, I think Bookshot Roulette is the next game. I liked Bookshot Roulette, had a fun stream with it, but then that was kind of it. So I think that is where it kind of goes on my... I think that is where it goes. Chat, I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. I'll be back in 1 second. Gone to piss. Hello, I have returned. I am not pissing anymore. Okay, let's see, next one. Okay. I think for me, the next game to go is Dragon Ball Sparking Z. It's a fun game. It's jank in the way those games are always jank. I had a fun time with it. I liked it. But, you know, its competitive scene died off pretty quickly. And, you know, there is... It is just kind of those games again. You know, and, like, I really did like it. Like, I liked feeling like I was playing Budokai Tenkaichi again. It was a bit weird to see some, like, of the animations from Tenkaichi still there. Like, I thought a little bit of more polish and stuff like that could have been cool. It was still a really fun game, and I really enjoyed it. Classic fun, but that's about it. Childish Doritos, yeah, totally. Marvel Rivals! I did play Marvel Rivals, and I actually really fucking liked it. Chat, who do you think I played in Marvel Rivals? Who do you think my main was? Leash, thank you for picking up some merch at iPatchRules.com. I appreciate the heck out of it. Cloak and Dagger, Loki, Goku, Hollow Body. I don't think I played enough. Everyone's saying Squirrel Girl, or a lot of people are saying Squirrel Girl. You are correct. I am's what I am's. I like her because she's stupid and I can play her. Let's keep this tidy. I like Marvel Rivals. I think it's like it's a fun like Overwatch light when Overwatch was good. Okay, next. Dragon Saga 2, Animal Well, Crow Country, Shadow Bird 3. Close. I think this is where click holding goes. I think like click holding was really, really cool, was a bit of a sensation there for a while. Click holding is the game where you click a thing and he click a thing for a guy and he kind of masturbates or something. It's weird. But it's that's kind of where it's like it was great, but no, I don't feel like diminishing it. It is a genuinely cool game. Like I really thought for what it was for this weird free thing, it was really fun, and like it was one of my favorite streams of the year. Like just seeing how fucking strange it got, and it was just, it was awesome. It was really, really cool. Click holding at number 18. And then I think following that, for me is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Totally not my kind of game. Not like a kind of game that like I would play a lot of. I don't play a lot of first-person shooters or first-person whatever that game is. I loved the tactile feel of that game, and I'm still kind of like playing through it. I'm playing it on Xbox Game Pass, and just such a better game than I think anyone expected it to be. Like really genuinely so cool. John has a sickness for the thickness. That is, Saj, you are completely correct. It is my indie game of the year, and it is number 17 on this list. Genuinely really fucking cool game. If you have Xbox Game Pass, I'd encourage you to try it. Even if like Indiana Jones or first-person games aren't your thing, it is actually like really, really cool. And like, I like the stealth in it. I like the cuts to third person. Like when you jump up on a ledge, it cuts out to third person, and it's like, it just all feels really nice, and like the way the punches feel good, and Indy checking his map feels good, and yeah, really cool game. At number 16, I am going to say, hang on a minute. I think we're wrong. Oh man, yeah, no, I fucked this up. It is actually, we are still in the 20s. I knew that didn't feel right. So Indiana Jones is number 24. And so now we must decide our number 23. And I think I know which this is. I think number 23 is Fear the Spotlight. Fear the Spotlight, if you're unaware, is a really, really cool little survival horror-ish game. And I thought it was so fucking cool. That ain't right. Okay, I think I see what's happening here.
That's right, boys. Mondo cool.
It's basically
Hello,
you...
John. Hello, chat. I wish the greatest successes to all of you. I'm sorry if this question bothers you, but have you watched the Superman trailer that released in December? If yes, what are your ultra quick thoughts?
Little Joy Boy Lee, I have not watched the Superman trailer. Your question does not bother me at all. It is totally fine. But I will talk about it on stream when I do. You just deleted some rows from the ranked list. I think we're okay, aren't we? Super iPad 12, can we have a little box or something that lists the songs from the artists you're playing? These are all from the Void Stranger soundtrack. Every song you're hearing is from Void Stranger. Okay. So Fear the Spotlight. If you like survival horror, this one is like a no-brainer. It does like the whole PS1 aesthetic thing, but I think what's cool about it as well is it has that Indiana Jones quality where it just everything in this game, like all the puzzles you solve, you're like twisting, you're like opening latches, you're kind of twisting wheels, and it's one of those games. It feels great. Remember earlier when I was talking about how Metal Slug kind of feels bad? This one feels awesome, you know. I didn't realize that Void Stranger OST was a fucking banger, straight up Mega Man. Void Stranger, the soundtrack rules. It's also an incredible game, which I am not going to be ranking this year, unfortunately, because I'm still playing through it. Okay, number 22. Man, kind of getting into it now. I think number 22... Fuck, this is hard. Oh no, No I'm Not Human isn't here. I haven't played the full release of No I'm Not Human. I've only played like the demo. I think the next game to go... I think it's RZ and the Jewel of Faramore. RZ and the Jewel of Faramore, we streamed it this year. It is a game I dearly love. I think RZ is so fucking cool, and it's so weird and fun. But it's also, you know, it's a kind of jank platformer at the end of the day. But, like, the platforming isn't why you go to that game. The reason you go to RZ is because it is silly. It is such a silly, weird, fun game. A spiritual sequel to the Zelda CDI games. And it is exactly the kind of nightmare that comes from that. I really was so fond of that game. I think 22 is about the right space for it, because when I look at every other game on this list, I can't really rank it any higher. But I think that's a testament to what a good year it's been for video games. Yeah, Kanzuko, Arze is a game from an alternate reality. It really feels like that. Okay, this might be controversial, this next one. But I think the next one for me is Animal Well. Animal Well is really cool. I think it's one of the most impressive games this year. I think technically it's one of them. It's like, you want to talk about a game that feels good. Animal Well feels fucking great. And I love how everything you do reacts. Like, you move through the environment and everything like clicks and slides and flows. Your character moves past it. And it's awesome. Animal Well is really cool. The only thing about it that I have trouble with is I think that the checkpointing is really brutal in it. And I also think it's really easy to get lost. And for someone like me, where like I really struggle with direction sometimes and pathfinding, it's really frustrating to just get lost for like a couple of hours and not know where you're going or what you're meant to be doing. That said, like, I think it's part of the designer's intent that you feel that way, and I think some people really enjoy that. I just don't. So for my personal list, I think this is where Animal Well goes. Now, what I will say is, if I was like ranking quality of games as opposed to games I like, I think Animal Well is one of the best made games on this list. I think it's kind of stunning, honestly. But in terms of my own enjoyments, I think number 21 is kind of where it goes. So next up, I think this is going to be another... I think this is going to be another controversial one. I think next for me is Helldivers 2. I really enjoyed Helldivers 2. I don't play a lot of shooters. I don't play a lot of third-person shooters. I don't play a lot of multiplayer games. And so the fact that it got this high, the fact that it broke the top 20, is genuinely really impressive. Really, really impressive. I think I just haven't played enough of it. I've done a couple of sessions of Helldivers 2, and I think I heard a lot of people having these amazing moments with Helldivers over the year. And like just these really like emergent gameplay moments, these moments that are like this real system-driven gameplay of like, you know, fire tornadoes obliterating people as a chopper was taken off and all this kind of stuff. And I have just yet to have enough of those moments. So I think right now, this is as far as Helldivers 2 goes for me. And I would say the same of Dragon's Dogma 2. I really didn't know how Dragon's Dogma was going to hit me when I played it this year. I'd never played Dragon's Dogma 1. And I really liked it. But I think, like Helldivers, my praise of Dragon's Dogma comes from a kind of place, I think, where I'm more impressed by it than I did enjoy it. I think there's cool systems happening all over the place with Dragon's Dogma 2, and like a friend of mine, Punk Duck, absolutely loves it, and like he has broken down why he loves that game and like what he thinks that game is, and like when his Dragon's Dogma 2 videos comes out, you guys should watch it because it is going to be fucking insane. But I think that is kind of where it lands for me. I think for you to get much further on this list, I have to have real, genuine affection for you. And we are fast running out of games that I didn't kind of love. And getting tough. I think the number 18 game on this list is Sorry We're Closed. Sorry We're Closed is another survival horror game that I played during Ghosttober. Really loved it. Fucking bizarre. Crazy game. The more I played it, the more I liked it. The more I started to feel like it was a Killer 7-like. And it was so cool and so fun. And the characters were great. And it had like real heart and everything about it. I think the only thing stopping it from climbing higher on this list is I just didn't have time to play that much more of it. And yes, I am getting sick of me playing that too. But that is kind of the bottom parts of these lists. You know, they're the games that you would have liked to spend more time with, but for whatever reason, didn't draw you back in. And so with that, I know people are going to fucking hate this. My number 17 game of the year is Metaphor ReFantazio. Okay, chat, listen, let me just explain here. I am at a loss. Okay, I'm trying to softball this. I can already see people going insane in chat. I am trying to softball this. And I'm not being a dick, and like I'm not trying to shit on a game I know people love. Metaphor ReFantazio is in so many games of the year. It is like I've seen a top 5 all over the place. This is not me trying to shit on what people like about this game, but I owe you guys like an honest explanation of what I thought of that game, right? To me, when I played Metaphor, I played it for 12 hours. And it was 12 hours of the most generic fantasy JRPG shit I have played. There was nothing special about the gameplay. There was nothing special about the characters. There was nothing special about the setting. There was no characters I vibed with. There was no, like, I didn't think the battles were interesting. It just felt like a very standard game squeezed into a Persona template. And I know people love it. I get people love it. I'm not saying it's a bad game. But gun to my head, did Metaphor do a whole lot for me? Not really. Now, there was parts of it like I enjoyed. I thought, you know, there was a coziness to it. The battles feel great. The humans were cool. But like, So okay, Baller Swag Bro 9K. I want to address like the criticism that like I know I'm gonna get with this, but 12 hours is barely touching the surface. If you design a game and it takes 12 hours for it to get good, or 20 hours or 30 hours, it's not a criticism of the player to fall off at that point. To me, I didn't find the first 12 hours engaging. Baller Swag, I'm guessing you did. I'm guessing you played more than that, but like, whatever that 12 hours did for you, it didn't do for me. I didn't like the writing, I didn't like the characters, I just didn't find anything to enjoy in Metaphor. And even with that, I can acknowledge that there is cool stuff. The art direction is great. The music is awesome. I acknowledge it's a solid JRPG. Like, it's decent. I don't love it, and I can't really let it go any further than this when literally everything else on this list is a game I really liked. And like, for me, like, you know, I have a busy job. I have friends, I have family. There's like, you know, there's a lot of shit I want to do. There's a lot of media I want to experience. If I experience a piece of media for 12 hours and it's not doing anything for me, it's not... I really don't think much past that is going to convince me, you know? Dark Urge _ Trudeau. The game really starts to pick up at the 60-hour mark. The Death Stranding thing again. It takes 8 hours to beat Silent Hill 2. It shouldn't take 12 hours for someone else to start enjoying. It's literally the strength of 6 movies. See, that's when people say to me, well, it only really starts to pick up at the 20-hour mark. To me, it's like, okay, but is that 20 hours better than all the other media I could consume in that 20 hours that I haven't played, you know? Given your explanation that it ranked so high, me too, honestly, but if I'm real, like, I did find enjoyment in it, and there was stuff I liked about it, and I did spend more time with it than I spent with all these other games, so, like, obviously it had some pull on me, but I think by the end of it, I was just so ready to be done with that game. It feels like ranking Fear and Hunger based on not being able to beat the dogs. Just, that is insane, dude. That is fucking crazy. Like, no one spends 12 hours with Fear and Hunger without being able to beat the dogs, dude. Come on. Like, I think at some point, you just kind of got to accept, if you loved Metaphor Realm Fantasio, I didn't, and that's it. Like, I'm not playing the game wrong. I'm just not that into it, you know? Just come back to the video and you might be temporarily frozen. Unfortunately not. Unfortunately, my camera died and I put this here to compensate. Okay, that's it. I know that one's controversial. Bear with me, chat. Okay, next. Fuck, wow, we're really getting into it. I think the next is Shogun Showdown. Shogun Showdown is a fantastic little roguelite that kind of came out this year. Wooly put me onto this, and it's kind of like you're this little ninja on this little board, and every move you make, your enemies also move. And it's the kind of game where if you look at gameplay footage of it, it's like kind of hard to get your it's kind of hard to get what it's going for. If you play it, it clicks in like a second, and god damn, it is so satisfying. It is so good. I poured 30 hours into this game over the course of maybe like 2 weeks, and I got the ultimate fucking X ending. I unlocked all the characters in that time, and I was ready to be done with it. But goddamn, if you want a roguelike that gives that dopamine, that good-ass dopamine, oh man, it is... Shogun Showdown is a really, really cool game. Oh... I think the next game on this list, number 15, is Kinitsugami, Path of the Goddess. Okay, chat, who played Kinitsugami here? Because I genuinely don't know how well it did or like anything about it. Nitsugami. Oh god, I'm getting knitting YouTube. So Kinitsugami Path of the Goddess, it looks like games you've played, it looks like Amanusia, it looks like all this stuff, but when you actually play it, there is nothing like this game. It is wild how strange and weird this game is. Man, I never even saw the boats bit. But basically, it is a character action slash tower defense slash base builder slash real-time strategy, and most of those genres are happening at the same time. It is one of the coolest fucking games I played all year. Deeply strange, really idiosyncratic. It comes... So what you're doing here is you're carving a path for your princess to walk, and it is... She then walks the path, and you, along with the villagers, must defend her from demon attacks. There's village building sections. There's it blends so much, but it does it all so well. And it's also absolutely fucking gorgeous. Here you are, like, turning your villagers into archers, and this is the tower defense side of things. But the really strange part is that it really feels like one of those games from, like, early 2000s PlayStation 2 catalogs, you know? But what's so cool about it is it does it all really, really well. You know, like, it does it... There's such a level of polish to this game, it's kind of fucking crazy. There's a day-night cycle, and if you want to play one of the most interesting games of this year, I really believe it's this. And, like, look at the demon designs. They're so good. They're so frightening. Like, oh, man, this game is so good. Should it really only be number 15? I really like this game, like, a whole bunch. I wanted to play Kinitsugami so much. As far as I know, it's on Game Pass. Yeah, fuck. No, this is as far as it goes. That's crazy. Okay. And I think at number 14, it's Marvel Rivals. This game came in late and hot, and I really, really enjoyed it. I play a squirrel girl, and I liked playing a squirrel girl because she's for dum-dums like me. And she lets... She lets me stand back from all the action and just kind of take my pot shots. And this game just gave me Overwatch vibes, and I think that's very much what they're going for. I'm not going to say that Marvel Rivals is, like, doing its own thing. I don't think it really is. I think it is that hero shooter. It is that Overwatch hero shooter. Let me get it up on screen here.
That's right, boys. Mondo cool.
Happy
But I
New
think
Year to you. Looking forward to seeing you at Aquamacon Super 15 Su Yellow.
thank you, Narrow Blood. Appreciate it, or Narrow Blade. And I love the third person because it actually lets you appreciate a lot of the character designs. This game really just kind of came out of nowhere for me, and what I thought was so incredible about it was the level of visual design and the characters. These are characters that have been like, the Marvel characters have obviously been interpreted 1,000 different ways. And to see like the level of visual fidelity that so many of them has, and like their big chunky arms and everything, I kind of, let me see if I can get the character select. Like, that's such a cool take on Wolverine, you know, just the jacket and everything. And look how chunky he is. He's so big. He's so big. Then you have like Cloak and Dagger. Like, look at these animations. Like, this shit got me like hyped for Marvel characters when, like, I'm not really a Marvel person, you know? Like, I don't read a whole lot of Marvel. I read the odd one, but like not too much. And I just thought, like, the level of care in bringing so many of these characters to life, that's kind of what I fell in love with this game. And the fact that the game is fun to play and satisfying, and, like, the characters feel nice and chunky. Oh, here's Squirrel Girl. Hell yeah, look at her go. I love you, Squirrel Girl. She's so much fun to play. It was really, really cool. And yeah, I'm really interested to see where this game goes. I think maybe the thing that sort of bothered me about it was a weird one, but I just always found the progression in it really weird. Like, there's not a whole lot of content to unlock right now, and I know that they are going to absolutely overkill the shit out of that. But playing it in its first couple of months, I often felt like I'd play a few games and then I would stop because I didn't feel like there was any outfits I wanted, there wasn't any emotes I cared about, and I think they need to have a look at, like, how their progression works and, like, how you unlock shit. But other than that, I thought this was a really, really cool game. Psylocke, so fucking cool. Okay. Next up, our number 13 game of the year. We are now getting to the games that are going to come tragically close to getting into our top 10. I think the number 13 game of the year is... Okay, I think I got it. This Is Not Your House. So this was one of my favorite games that we played during our Ghosttober. And the whole game was made, I think, by a married couple. And it's basically this kind of short visual novel style experience where you come to this house and you find this strange woman living there. And it's like, you don't know why she's in your house. She's insisting it's her house and you never live there. And it is absolutely terrifying. This game is unsettling in a way that I have very rarely experienced in games, and I fucking loved it. We're past the point where I have any real criticisms. It's a bit slight, but I mean, I don't even care. Like, every 30 minute, like if you could beat this game in 30 minutes and it will be a tense, terrifying 30 minutes. It's free. I bet it's super fun to play with friends. This Is Not Your House at number 13. Oh, this is getting tough. Okay, let me tidy this list up a little bit. We have 12 games left. So the question now is, which of these games isn't going to make the top 10? Thought that game was scarier than Mouthwashing, honestly. I would say it's scarier than Mouthwashing. I still think Mouthwashing is a better game, but yeah, I would say I found Mouthwashing more generally disturbing, but yeah, I thought This Is Not Your House was a scarier video game. Oh, God, this is tough. Okay, Tekken 8 is getting into the top 10. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Final Fantasy Rebirth deserves to get in the top 10. Hades 2 deserves to get in the top 10. Crow Country deserves to get in the top 10. Shadow of Erdtree, UFO 50, 1000X Resist, yes. Dragon Quest Remake. I feel myself wavering on that one a little bit. Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance is absolutely getting into the top 10. Mouthwashing is getting into the top 10. Thank goodness you're here. I think my number 12 favorite game of 2024 is Dragon Quest III Remake. Let me pull it up. So, you know, I think everyone has like mixed feelings about remakes and, you know, what they kind of mean for video games in general, but I'd never played Dragon Quest 3, and I was curious to play this remake, and I think I did not expect to just get completely dragged into it like I did. And the reason for that is simple. Like, despite the fact that Dragon Quest 3 is old, the thing about it is that its game design is airtight. And what I mean by that is that Dragon Quest, like, as an economy, as in the way it handles its economy, the way it handles its gold, every time you get a piece of gold in Dragon Quest 3, you are psyched because that gold is limited. It's hard to get gold. This is not kind of game where you're like overflowing with gold and you just kind of, you know, each new village means that you just like stock up on all your weapons. Every single time you go to a new village, you are making hard choices about which of your characters you need to equip with new gear, which you're going to leave with their old gear, and how that's going to affect your progression through the dungeon. And one of my favorite moments in the entirety of gaming this year is the first 3 hours of Dragon Quest 3 are like a walk. Like, they're not hard. And then you hit the first dungeon and it kicks your fucking ass. And in that dungeon, I told this story on the Intermission Lounge in Versus Wolves. In that dungeon, I found a Sage's Elixir, which was this item that gives you back 80 MP. MP is also a big deal. MP is kind of like it is in Persona, in that is what dictates your ability to move forward in a dungeon. How much you can heal, blah, blah, blah. And rather than using the 80 MP recovery item, I took it to a shop and sold it for like 1,500. Which basically meant I could re-equip all my party members with like new gear and then fucking smash that dungeon. And it felt so good. It felt so good. And it's like, you know, there's a lot JRPGs are doing nowadays. There's a lot of really fancy shit. You have social links. You have a bunch of the shit Metaphor is trying. You have like Shin Megami Tensei madness. But I think what Dragon Quest HD did for me is it really boiled it down into, no, at the end of the day, JRPGs, RPGs can just be about progression. They can just be about the joy of equipping your party with a new loadout and fucking smashing the dungeon that had given you so much trouble like an hour ago. And this was like my Christmas game this year, or at least one of, and it really just reminded me of just the joy of RPGs, you know? And if you've never played Dragon Quest 3, if you give a shit about RPGs, it has aged extremely well. Like, obviously, the visuals have been updated, but, like, the game design of the game actually holds up. It's still rock solid, and I had such a good time with it. Okay. Number 11. Coming just short of my top 10 games of this year. It's Thank Goodness You're Here. Thank Goodness You're Here. Like, I have seen a lot of people say about Thank Goodness You're Here that is straight up just one of the funniest games of all time. Some people say like it's the funniest game they've ever played. And I find it hard to argue with that. I think in general, like, Thank Goodness You're Here, the way it merges game design and comedy, it does it on a level I've just never really seen before. Like, everything about this game is such a joy, and the way its world unfolds around you, the way it's like constantly subverting your expectations, it is fucking brilliant. And like, it's only 3 hours, but again, it's such a joyous 3 hours the entire time. And I don't know if like the British sense of humor is going to be to everyone's taste, but I think like even just visually, it's such a gorgeous little game. Like, every character looks so weird and so funny. And it is, I had such a good time. I played this like when I was exhausted after, you know, finished up my video for Christmas, and it was such a fun, weird little break, you know, and I loved it. I really, really loved it. I'm kind of bummed it's not in my top 10 because I think it kind of deserves to be, but when I look at everything else on this list, I think it's just too tight. I think there's just too much other shit I really cared about. Yeah, I think it's the right place for it. Is it British or British? And from user Pommel. Okay, I just want to provide a content warning here for thank goodness you're here. It is the most British game. Like, look at this. Closed due to smacky bum bum. That's what this game is. That is thank goodness you're here. That is what you are playing with this game. Okay. And with that, we hit the top 10 of the year. That is a strong top 10. Jesus Christ, that is strong. Let me see if I can come back to the video here. Ah! Okay, we'll disable this for the moment. Chat, I seem to be back. We're doing this. We're doing it for real. It's the real John, the real final gamer, here for the top 10. Hades 2 is not a finished game. No, it is not. And I think that is kind of what lands it at my number 10 this year. I'm still going to rank it because I played a shit ton of it and it would be insane for me not to. I am totally up for re-ranking it next year. Totally up. But for now, it's not a finished game and I think it still does have some rough edges. It also brought me some of the most joy I have experienced this year. Playing games, I loved it. I think it has so many great new characters. I think the boss battles are just straight up better than they were in Hades 1. I also maybe like Malinoe better than I like Zagreus, but that's tough. Let me pull it up while I talk about it. Is this game footage? No, it is not. I think, like, Hades 2 is amazing. For Hades 2 to be in early access and to feel as fucking spectacular as it does is crazy. Is like a monumental achievement of the game. And like, I know they're working off the blueprint for Hades 1, but like that axe, I like that axe better than I like any other game in any other weapon from Hades 1. I thought it all felt so good. The voice acting is top tier. The characters are incredible. It's hard for me to put into words just how good I think this game is. I think it's like that new area was insane. Going up the stairs, knowing that you could go up the stairs, chat, fucking crazy. I really loved Hades 2. I'm looking forward to spending more time with it this year. It is just pure gaming joy. Like, every second of it feels so good. The stories and characters are so good. Like, there's shit I could criticize, but it is like tiny. You can take baths with your friends. A feature I think every game should have. It's just a bunch of really hot people that you can hang out with, and the game is a joy to play. I loved it. I think the player expression is amazing. I like just the way you can combine items, the different ways you can use like every weapon. It's a joy of a game, and I'm really glad it's made the top 10. Whoa! Next up on the chopping block, Fuck, this is tough. This is really tough. My number 9 game of the year. I think my number 9 game of the year. Oh, fuck this song in Void Strangers. People who know. I think it's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Yep, that feels right. Okay. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I think it's a strange one this year. I think it's a lot of people's games of the year, and I think a lot of people really don't like it. Like, opinions on it seem very polarized. And what I'd say is that when I really enjoyed Final Fantasy Rebirth, it was some of my favorite gaming moments of the year. The Junon Parade is the most joy I have felt playing a game for a while. What I think holds it back is the moments in between that. It's the amount of filler. It's the kind of lack of story for a lot of it. And it has some rebirth. It has some remake sheen that I just didn't like. I think sometimes it's just a little too... It's a little... Like, the way it tells its story, the dialogue, it's a little too polished. It's a little too clean. And it just kind of kills some moments for me. That said, I still think Rebirth is a kind of incredible achievement in how it takes moments from Final Fantasy VII and blows them out. You know, completely turns them into this big, ridiculous celebration of that game. I think that, you know, in some ways, there's parts in Rebirth that I think are better than they are in 7. Elena is a better character in Rebirth than she is in 7. I thought the ending... I'm not going to give spoilers here, and honestly, I don't even fucking know that I could if I wanted to. I actually really liked the ending. There is a moment in the ending where someone makes a big entrance, and it got me. It really got me. If you want to experience my full breakdown of it, I have a ridiculously long review in my review hole on the Patreon Discord, so you can check it out there. I'm only saying that just because it's all spoiler shit, and I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, I think I came out of Rebirth ultimately really, really liking it. Do I have problems with it? Yes. Do I think that its combat system was stretched too thin? In other words, like, I thought the combat system worked perfectly in Remake because it was a 30-hour game. I think that same combat system does not work in a 70-hour game. But even its problems don't stop it getting this high on the list, and I appreciate it. Like, I do think this was a cool game, and I ultimately came away from it thinking that, like, yeah, that was worthwhile and that was interesting. And number 9 is as far as it goes, but I think it was a cool game. I also didn't give a fuck about Zach, just to say that's not the person I'm talking about. Just so we're all clear. And at number 8... Hi Gamers and John. Hey Frankie, how's it going? Oh, thank you for the raid, Frankie. That is very kind. At number 8, it is the Silent Hill 2 remake. Okay. The fact that the Silent Hill 2 remake is number 8 on this list is nothing less than an absolute fucking miracle. It is... I did not expect it to get anywhere close to this, and the best moments of this game are so high and they are so good. I think what stopped it from being like an absolute like top 5 killer for me was that I just thought it was too long. I thought at parts of this game nearly feel like a dungeon game where you're just spending so much time in these dungeons. But the parts that I loved were like the quiet moments, you know? The parts that I loved were you walking around the hospital when you first get there, and you get that just gorgeous, gorgeous view where the light's spilling in through the windows, and you're just allowed to exist in Brookhaven Hospital like you never have. And that got me. That really genuinely got me. Same with the hotel at the end. There's this stretch of like 20 minutes right at the end of the game, or right towards the end of the game, where you basically like you just walk around the Lakeside Hotel, and it was incredible. And I have walked around the hotel that hotel is based on, and it was the most uncanny fucking shit I've ever seen, and it was beautiful. I think that for the most part, the new performances are good. I've talked before about how I'm not a huge fan of Maria's new portrayal. I get that she feels more human, but I think ultimately it just missed a little bit of what that character was for me. But this was an excellent survival horror game in what new Eddie is maybe better than old Eddie, which what the fuck? I can't believe I'm even saying that. But yeah, I really love this game. I think the people who made this game absolutely understood what was special about Silent Hill 2, and I think they did a tremendous amount in like bringing it forward to a new generation. And yeah, I thought the Silent Hill 2 remake was fantastic. I genuinely really enjoyed it, and nothing but respect to Blooper Team for basically proving me and everyone else wrong. Great game. Stunt Lady, I didn't like the take on Maria either, but I think the actor nailed Mary. Unfortunately, I don't agree. I think for me, one of the good punches of the game in a bad way was the letter, and it just did not hit me at all in the same way the old one did. I think she's a good actor, but it was a direction that I didn't appreciate. Okay. Next up, number 7. Number 7 is Crow Country. Crow Country is easily one of the best games that came out this year. I was very happy because I had really high hopes for this game. Let me pull up some gameplay. We played this game last year. I think we played the demo, and I'm gonna borrow another Manly Badass Hero video. And I mean, like, look at this fucking thing. This could not be more my aesthetic if there was a bunch of buff women doing crunch-ups in every room. Like, I love how this game looks. I loved how it played. It's another game that feels amazing. Everything about it just has this lovely kinetic quality where, like, the sound and the animation and it all works together to give you this, like, really great sense of immersion. It's like this fantastic survival horror experience. There's the constant feeling that you are like unfolding this environment like a puzzle. It has like a surprisingly hard-hitting twist towards the end, and I just found the main character really charming. But overall, I just thought the atmosphere of this game was amazing. This is like a survival horror game that has the atmosphere of a survival horror save room across the entire game. And it was such a joy. It was such a joy. It was you exploring this weird, broken down, like, amusement park. And it was so much fun. If you've never played survival horror, I actually think this is, like, a really great first survival horror game to play. The way the game looks like a pre-rendered background until you realize it's all in 3D is fucking astonishing. This game is such a fantastic little game, and I'm so glad it came out. So it nails sad scary. I think it nails more cozy scary, honestly. And it looks better than we're seeing here. I don't know why that played in 480p. That's what it looks like. Gorgeous, gorgeous little game. I absolutely adored it. I think they're about to... So these are like the enemies. They're like just these really fucked up humanoid creatures. It's not the scariest game you'll ever play, but like look at this little environment. This. So good. I love this game. Number 7. Whoa. Number 6. Elden Ring Shadow of Erdtree. Yes, it's DLC. Yes, it's technically not its own game. I don't fucking care. Shadow of Erdtree made me just straight up fall back in love with Souls-like games. I didn't even beat it. I think I got like 40 hours in, and I was like, I'm cool. I don't need to play anymore. But don't forget that character is voiced by Susie. I did not know that. That's awesome. Sneezer Panda, not at 6. Come on, man. I mean, that's where it falls for me, Sneezer Panda. I thought it had some of my favorite bosses in Souls games. I like, you know, so people get very worked up about Souls games, and I understand why. Like, they generate a lot of emotion. People feel really strongly about them. But for me, like, there was just so much here that I loved. It ended up being a shitty stream because, like, I was dealing with all kinds of weird production problems, but, like, the battle we streamed with Mesmer, locking in on Mesmer and fucking crushing that dude on stream was one of the hypest moments I think I've had on stream. It was so fun. I loved the land. I actually thought, like, the whole, the Shadow Tree fragments, all that stuff was actually this really, really clever, like, way to balance out how people were meant to experience that game. I actually really loved the Shadow Tree fragments. I thought the way it combined like exploration with leveling up was awesome, and I loved it. I thought the Lightning Lion was like a fucking amazing boss fight. I just thought this ruled. I really did. I loved exploring it. I loved every second I spent in that in like that weird land. I haven't even beat it yet, you know, and maybe I will someday. But yeah, I think this is as far as Shadow of Erdtree goes for me. I got so burned out on Elden Ring, I still haven't played this DLC. It is the Skibbity fragments, yep. Curse you, Bale. Man, the boss fight with Bale's so fucking good. Okay. Fuck. Top 5, guys. Top 5. God, this is tough. But why did I just hear Skibbity fragments? That's what they're called, the Skibbity fragments, the Shadow of Erdtree that you used to level up. Oh. No, I'm not frozen again, chat. I'm just figuring this out. Okay. I am genuinely shocked that it's ranking this low. I thought this was a lock for top 3 for me. Oh. It's one of the first games I played this year. It's one of my favorite games I played this year. Number 5. It's Tekken 8. Tekken 8 is... I like, personally, I think the best Tekken. I want to qualify all this with the fact that Tekken 8 is currently enduring a real downward trend among the community. That's fine. I don't play that much competitive Tekken. I don't really care, honestly. The package I got when I played Tekken 8 is one of my favorite. It's either this or Tekken 5 that is my favorite Tekken game, and that is insane. But what really fucking blew my... Oh, I don't know. I can't do this. I don't think I can do this. Redo. We're going back. No, no. I'm not doing Tekken 8 at 5. No. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! That wasn't even a bait and switch. I literally couldn't do it. I thought of a moment from Tekken 5 that hit me so fucking hard that I was like, no, I can't do this. I can't do it. Counterbreaker. No, I can't. I can't put Tekken 8 that low. Fuck. You can't edit a Google Sheet. That is a good point. Okay. Okay, chat, this is so fucking hard, and I know people are gonna hate me for this, and I'm gonna say, usually I defend myself against the hate. Usually I will push back. But there is one game on this list that I have played significantly less of than everything else, and given that, I have to cut it at number 5. What I will say is I am currently playing through this game, and I love it. I think it's amazing. But I need to play through it before I can in good conscience put it higher than anything else on this list. And unfortunately... Oh! Unfortunately... It's 1000X Resist. That is my number 5 game this year. So, look, here's the thing. I have played about 4 hours of 1000X Resist. And I love it. Little Joe, my little Joe. There is so much about this game I'm digging, I'm vibing with. I think it's an incredible piece of storytelling so far. I am not far enough into it to put it any higher on this list. I tried, chat. I tried so hard to play more of it.
17 months of Final Gamer awesomeness and the weekend has started. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you so much, Jesse Ellie. I appreciate it. What I'll say is, like, this is the sleeper game this year that people are going to be talking about for years. I am so impressed by what it's doing. I love its story. I love its characters. To even get into what is going on is difficult, but it is a game about how you see yourself, how you see different aspects of yourself, what it is to not fit in, what it is to be in a community where you don't belong, what fucking time is, what you are. And I'm not even far into it enough to even really expand on it. But if you give a shit about narrative in games, if you give a shit about stories in games, this nearly had the best story I played this year. And I'm not even that far into it. I'm like less than halfway. It comes with my absolute fullest recommendation. This is a future favorite things lock. And I am guessing that if I redid this game... If I redid this list in a month, I think this game would nearly definitely rank higher. I just can't rank it any higher than it already is. Just because I have not played enough. But it is so good, it is so clever, it's so well done. It's awesome. 1000X Resist is my number 5. Oh, that was tough. That was really, really tough. Number 4. it's UFO 50. So I've seen like a lot of people talk. Thank you to Zana Gear for picking up. So if you're not familiar with UFO 50, what this game is, it is a collection of 50 video games in one game, and it's the idea that it's this fake game console that came out, and you are playing a compilation of every game that released on it, and it is fucking staggering. I've seen this game on like a lot of Game of the Year lists, and what I've seen people criticize about it is that they say that there's some. I've heard some people say like there's only 1 or 2 good games on this in it. I think that is fucking bullshit. I think if someone really thinks there's only 1 or 2 good games, they either really, really don't like this, or they have spent not a lot of time with it. Because I would say there's maybe 10 games on this list that I think are fucking awesome. Like, if I wasn't counting this as one game, there are legit games in UFO 50 that would probably crack my top 20 easy. And it's bewildering to me how good it is. There's JRPGs, there's racing games, there's like fighting games, there's everything, and like Rock City on this game, that Mortal is fucking incredible. It's such a wild achievement. The amount, if you want the game that has the most game design this year, it's UFO 50. And if you're like into making games, if you're into programming, if you like doing Rock City, I fucking love that game. It's a tower defense game. It's excellent. It's so good. And it's not even my favorite game in UFO 50. It's fucking brilliant. So trust me, UFO 50, it is like the most bang for your buck you will get from a game this year. It is the most interesting in terms of game design. There are so many good games in this thing. I thought it was absolutely fucking incredible. And number 4 feels like a good spot for it. It is anti-slop, is what that game is. You don't like Skull and Bare Bones? Is that a game on UFO 50 or is that its own game? Okay, number 3. This is tough. This is really tough. My number 3 game this year. I think this might be a little controversial as well. It's Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. Okay, look. Here's what it is. I thought Shin Megami Tensei 5 was a fantastic game. I really, really liked it. I thought it was really good. I had issues with it. I had problems with it. And earlier this year, someone on this stream convinced me to give Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance a shot. And I was expecting to like it. I was not expecting to have nearly every criticism I had for Vengeance erased. And what is left over is basically an immaculate JRPG that's been built on top of an immaculate JRPG. And what you get is like a level of luxury. Like, that's what this video game is. This is like a luxury video game. Every part of it feels so fucking polished. Every enemy design is so gorgeous. And like, so I'm playing this on Steam Deck, and going from Switch, where it runs at like 30 frames a second and low res, to Steam Deck where it's 60 frames a second and high res. Goddamn, aesthetically, I love this game so much. It's such a weird and interesting challenge, but like, in original Shin Megami Tensei 5, you have these, like this bit, you have long stretches where there's just not a lot happening. In this game, I feel like every 30 minutes I was hitting a new crazy boss fight. Like this boss, a new story reveal, a new party conversation, and it felt like just a vastly improved version. And it has this, it's this level of polish that like reminds me of like Bayonetta 2. It's this level of polish that just feels like everything has been so accounted for. It's so enjoyable. It's like just insane to me how much there is in this game, like how deep the combat is, like all the new story cutscenes that have been added. Like, it feels like this is the game they originally wanted to make, and it is fan-fucking-tastic. It is so good. Should you play this game if you've beaten Shin Megami Tensei 5? Kind of depends on how you feel about that game. To me, the new additions to it, I hadn't beaten Shin Megami Tensei 5. I'd gotten like 40 hours in, but it was worth it. I love the new characters. I love the new story. I love the amount of new demons, new content. And it just pushes SMT5 to me over into this fucking just elite level of RPG. And now I'm comfortable saying that it is easily, it's like right now I would put this on pace with maybe like Dragon Quest XI. Like, that's how good I think this is. You can play Vengeance without having played the original. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. And I would say that's maybe the ideal way to play it. Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. We finished the game. Yeah. But I loved it. I still love it. I can't wait to play more. I might play more tonight. Which means Tekken 8. I have listened to my heart, chat. Tekken 8 is my number 2 game of the year. And look, I have talked about this before on stream. There is a moment in Tekken 8's story mode, Tekken 8's fucking story mode, that punched me back through 25 years of playing Tekken. Tekken 8 is the best playing Tekken. It's the best looking Tekken. It might be the Tekken with the best roster. And all that's incredible, and I love it. It's what I got. I entered my first fighting game tournament to play Tekken 8. I love this game. But there is a moment in that story mode that I have talked about on stream before, and I don't want to double up because I am going to talk about it in a video someday. And I loved it. I really genuinely loved it. It got me emotional in a way a video game has never got me before, and it had this genuinely like awesome statement of like, your past is always your past and you can never quite escape it. And it did it through fighting game mechanics, and it was fucking mind-blowing. And I think when I think of like my biggest moments of this year, like in gaming, that is going to be one. And the fact that it is one of the tightest, sharpest, most satisfying fighting games on top of that, number 2 is where Tekken 8 lands. Which leaves number 1. I mean, you all know what it is. Man, there's not actually that many video essays on mouthwashing. Huh. We're gonna use Manly Badass Hero again. So yeah, look, mouthwashing, straight up the best story that came out this year in games. It is a first-person, light puzzle, light narrative explorer, and the story that it chooses to tell is some of the realest, hardest shit in video games. It is devastating. Absolutely devastating in how it draws you into its world and how it makes you feel safe and how it fucking slits your throat with what is actually happening aboard this spaceship. It's about some stuff that is really heavy, and you should absolutely check the content warnings before you play this game. But it is the game that, like, we streamed it in 2 parts, and the first part I was like, this game seems awesome, and the second part I had to fucking sit with for days afterwards. It blew me away. And what I would say, in the year that Silent Hill 2 got an extremely faithful remake, this is the best Silent Hill game that released this year. I absolutely fucking adored Mouthwashing. I loved its characters. I loved, except 2 of them. 2 of them I'm not so fucking fond of, chat. And it just completely blew me away. There's a line from Mouthwashing, and it goes something like, "We get smarter in worse ways," or something like that. And you can watch me experience that line on stream. I think the video's up, and it melted me because I understood what the game was trying to say, and it is just an absolutely incredible game. I would implore everyone to go play it. Everyone. It is, like, it was my game. It's my game of the year, and it's not close. It's really not close. In a fucking raw-ass top 10 list, Mouthwashing dominated everything for me. And I knew when I played it. Like, I knew when I beat it. I knew that it was going to be my favorite game. Is there moments of jank? Yeah. There is a shitty, there's a shitty stealth section. There's a first-person shooting section that doesn't quite work. Doesn't matter. Like, no, fucking Anya, bro. Fuck, guys. I hope this hurt. It really did. It's an incredible game. It's a, like, fucking achievement and a half, and I absolutely adored it. Yeah, and once again, would just say, check those content warnings, but yeah, it's incredible. Really, really incredible. Okay. Now, we're going to take this top 10 and we're going to take it over with these games that I played through this year. And we are now going to take these across. I think we need a more intense song. It's now time, chat. It's that time of year, as is the final gamer tradition. It is one sec. The top 100 games. Oh, I think I erased Final Fantasy VII. So, we got those games, and then we also... What a banger of a song. Okay, so we're going to start by running through this entire list. Last year, I promised to replay Chrono Trigger and I would like to apologize for not replaying through Chrono Trigger, so I cannot re-rank it. But the top 100 list that actually extends much further than 100. So past 108, we have not ranked. Everything beyond here is the Shadow Realm. This is all unranked. These are all games I really like, but are unranked. A significant portion of games I talk about today will enter the Shadow Realm. Okay, so at 108, we have the Complex Found Footage. 107, FTL. 106, Citizen Sleeper. 105, Signalis. 104, Deadly Premonition 2, 103, Detention, 102, Zombies Ate My Neighbors, 101, Metroid Prime, 100, Fallout New Vegas, number 99, Tunic, number 98, God Hand, number 97, No More Heroes 3, number 96, Mystical Ninja 64, 95, Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate, 94, Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, 93, Full Throttle, 92, Fear and Hunger 2. Fear and Hunger 2 technically not complete. That is where we're letting it hang for the moment. I am looking forward to revisiting Fear and Hunger 2 this year. Guilty Gear number 91, Guilty Gear Xrd Revelator. Number 90, Hollow Knight. 89, Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. Number 88, 999. Number 87, VLR. 86, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Number 85, Deadly Premonition. 84, Monster Hunter World. 83, Killer 7. 82, Cave Story. 81, Hotline Miami. Portal 2, we now enter the Bridge of Killers. Number 80, Portal 2. 79, Banjo-Kazooie. 78, Hyper Light Drifter. 77, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. 76, Tony Hawk 3. 75, Azora's Wrath. 74, Bahamut Lagoon. Number 73, Persona 4 Golden. 72, Witch's House. 71, Spelunky. 70, Mega Man. We now enter the Path of Exile. 70 to 60. 69, Dragon Quest XI. 68, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. 67, Danganronpa 2. 66, Doki Doki Literature Club. 65, Yume Nikki. 64, Disgaea. 63, Pokemon Soul Silver. 62, Binding of Isaac. 61, Phoenix Wright. 60, Garou Mark of the Wolves. We now enter the doorway of the best. Number 59, Silent Hill 3. That feels fucking low. 58, Gunstar Heroes. 57, Bloodborne. 56, Earthbound. 55, Cuphead. 54, Beautiful Joe. 53, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. 52, Chrono Trigger. 51, Super Mario 3D World. 50, Baldur's Gate 3. 49, Super Metroid. 48, Donkey Kong Country 2. 47, No More Heroes. 46, Walking Dead Season 1. 45, Super Punch-Out! 44, Streets of Rage 2. 43, Elden Ring. 42, Shenmue 2. 41, Touhou 8 Imperishable Night. 40, Nier. 39, WWE No Mercy. We now enter the Stairway to Greatness. Stairway of Greatness. Number 38, Guitar Man. Number 37, Resident Evil 4. Number 36, Half-Life. Number 35, Street Fighter 6. 34, Secret of Mana. 33, Smash Bros. Ultimate. 32, Resident Evil Remake. 31, Devil May Cry 5. 30, Bayonetta 2. We now enter the Ascension of the Super Beasts. 29, Disco Elysium. 28, Street Fighter Alpha 3. 27, Tekken 5. 26, Legend of Mystical Ninja. 25, Wind Waker. 24, Final Fantasy 6. 23, Mass Effect 2. 22, Dead Rising. 21, Fear and Hunger. 20, Majora's Mask. We now enter Battle on Heavenly Ground. Number 19, Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. Number 18, Pokemon Blue. 17, Super Mario World. 16, Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. 15, Devotion. 14, Red Dead Redemption 2. 13, Least the Painful. Super Mario 60. 12, Super Mario 64. 11, Link to the Past. We now enter the Domain of God. Number 10, Yakuza 0. Number 9, Metal Gear Solid 2. Number 8, Ocarina of Time. Number 7, Dark Souls. Number 6, Undertale. Number 5, Capcom vs. SNK 2. Number 4, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Number 3, Silent Hill 2. Number 2, Mother 3. And the throne of the undisputed, number 1, is Final Fantasy 7. And so the contenders vying for a list on the into the top 100 are Mouthwashing, Tekken 8, Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, UFO 50, 1000 Times Resist, Shadow of Erdtree, Crow Country, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, Hades 2, Dokapon Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, that's already there, Lies of P, Faith. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to... So the way
Love the
this
videos
works...
and can't wait to see more.
Kylie Sev, thank you, or Kyle Sev, thank you for buying some merch from iPatchWolves.com. I appreciate it, my friends. So the way it is, 108 is the last ranked game on the list. This is the gates of acceptance. So to rank on this list, I have to like you better than the complex found footage. So immediately, we are going to delete games that do not rank higher than the complex found footage. Mouthwashing ranks, Tekken 8 ranks, Shin Megami Tensei 5. Yes, that ranks. UFO 50 ranks. 1000 Times Resist. I am going to delete 1000 Times Resist because I have not played enough of it. I know that I like it better than the other games on that list. I can't, in good consciousness, put it on the top 50 yet. To put it on top of... I will re-rank it when I finish it. We will do it on stream. That is my promise, chat. Shadow of Erdtree. I like Shadow of Erdtree. I think given that it's an expansion on Elden Ring, I'm kind of happy to fold that in under Elden Ring and call that a day. Crow Country. We'll see. We'll see. Silent Hill 2 Remake. I think I do. I think I do. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. I don't think so. Hades 2. Again, early access. Want to wait for the finished thing. Dokapon Kingdom. Abso-fucking-lutely. Lies of P. And Faith. I think I'm happy to give both Lies of P and Faith a place in the Shadow Realm. I don't think either of them cracked the top 100. Or the 108th for that matter. So that means awaiting ranking. Tekken 8, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Vengeance, UFO 50, Crow Country. Let's start with Crow Country. Does Crow Country beat the complex found footage? I think it does. Does Crow Country beat FTL? I think it does. Does Crow Country beat Citizen Sleeper? I think it does. Does Crow Country beat Signalis? I don't think it does. I think Crow Country is now ranked as the new 106th favorite game. Just to be clear, that is a fucking incredible result. Like, I know 106 sounds far, but genuinely, I have played so many games, and for it to get that high is impressive. Let me move all these down a little bit. Don't mind the dead zone. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, don't ignore that. Okay, next up, let's go for the Silent Hill 2 remake. Do I like the Silent Hill 2 remake better than the complex found footage? I think I do. Do I like it better than FTL? I think I do. Do I like it better than Citizen Sleeper? I think I do. And we know that I don't like it better than Crow Country. Okay. UFO 50. Do I like UFO 50 better than the complex found footage? I do. I like it better than FTL, Citizen Sleeper, Silent Hill Remake, Crow Country. Do I like it better than Signalis? That's tough. I think I might, though. I think I might. Do I like it better than Deadly Premonition 2? I think so. Do I like it better than Detention? I do not. UFO 50 is now number 104. Tekken 8. So we know I like it better than Crow Country. Do I like it better than Signalis? I do like it better than Deadly Premonition 2. I do like it better than UFO 50. I do like it better than Detention. I do like it better than Zombies Ate My Neighbors, Metroid Prime, Fallout New Vegas, Tunic! I think I do like it better than Tunic. Just about. I don't think I like it better than God Hand. Which means number 99 is Tekken 8, the first game of 2024 to crack the top 100. So, the 3 games we have left to rank are Mouthwashing, Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, and Dokapon Kingdom. Let's start with Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. Damn, New Vegas not there at the top 100. Oh, that sucks, man. Okay. So, Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. So it's gonna come below Tekken 8. Do I like it better than Tunic? I don't think I do. I said I liked it as much as Dragon Quest 11, but I don't know if that's true. Because Dragon Quest 11... Okay, we'll see. Where is Dragon Quest 11? 69, man, that maybe is a little high for Dragon Quest 11. 59 new, thank you for the gift subscriptions. Anyway, at some point, I promise I'll come back to this list and reorder it. But for now, Shin Megami Tensei 5. I like it better than UFO 50. Do I like it better than Detention? I think maybe I don't. So Shin Megami Tensei 5 is the new 105. Dragon Quest, yeah, it kind of, yeah. Okay. Guys, will we rank Dokapon Kingdom or Mouthwashing next? I don't know which one of these games I like better. Dokapon last. Okay, Mouthwashing first, Dokapon last. Okay. So, it was my game of the year, so by virtue, it comes above Tekken 8. Do I like it better than God Hand? I do. Do I like it better than No More Heroes 3? I do. Mystical Ninja? Yep. Dead or Alive? Command and Conquer? Full Throttle? Fear and Hunger 2? Guilty Gear Revelator? Hollow Knight? Yep. 999? VLR? Tears of the Kingdom? Deadly Premonition? Monster Hunter World? Yep. It honestly, it is beating all these games and like by a decent amount. Killer 7? Cave Story? Hotline Miami? Portal 2? Banjo-Kazooie, Hyper Light Drifter, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, Tony Hawk 3. Starting to feel a bit of friction. Azura's Wrath, Bahamut Lagoon, Persona 4 Golden, Witch's House, Spelunky 2, Mega Man 2, Dragon Quest 11, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, Danganronpa 2, Doki Doki Literature Club, Yume Nikki. Ooh. I think Yume Nikki might be ranked a bit low, personally, but we'll go with it for the moment. Pokemon Soul Silver, Binding of Isaac, Phoenix Wright, Garo. Oh! That's tough. Does mouthwashing breach the doorway of the best? I think it does. Do I like mouthwashing better than Silent Hill 3? It's weird because like they're both, the horror in both games is like a very female horror in some ways, you know? Like they, fuck man. I did talk about re-ranking Silent Hill 3. Because yeah, it beats Gunstar Heroes. So Silent Hill 3 is ranked too low. Okay, look, I've been threatening to for years. We are going to re-rank my favorite hate. We're going to leave Silent Hill 3 there for the moment. We are going to re-rank it at some point. So look, we're going to say, yeah, mouthwashing beats it, but it's kind of technical because it might re-rank over it. It beats Gunstar Heroes. Does mouthwashing beat Bloodborne? For me, I think it does. Does it beat Earthbound? Oh! It's the same thing every time with Earthbound. I fucking love Earthbound, but it's like, as a game to play now, it is a bit janky in places, and it is a bit hard to play in places. And Mother 3, I think, just decimates it so thoroughly. What's above? Cuphead. Fuck! Oh, this is tough. Beautiful Joe. Mr. Idiom, Earthbound is straight in the middle of the list. It's the grand separator. I think it is. Giroux, Earthbound gameplay kind of sucks a bit. Absolutely love it, but it's true. I mean, I think that's honestly fair. Okay. But I think mouthwashing is a better version of what it is than Earthbound is. Like, Earthbound is this incredibly ambitious game that's like, you know, the gameplay and the pacing are kind of fucked up in parts. But it's still amazing. Like, it's an incredible fucking video game. But mouthwashing is so... But then mouthwashing has jank parts as well. I think I just cannot muster the enthusiasm for mouthwashing to beat Earthbound. I think mouthwashing is our new number 57. Which is amazing. Like, that is an incredible result. Like, if you're losing to Earthbound, you're doing fine. Which leaves only Dokapon Kingdom. Because the gameplay in Earthbound does not suck, it's just a turn-based RPG that's very simple. So, 59 new, like, when I say, like, it sucks, I more mean, like... It's not that it's bad, but, like, there's parts where, like, the enemies, there's this, like, really crazy difficulty spikes, and there's parts where, like, it's checkpointed really poorly, and some of that stuff can be a bit of a miserable experience. Yeah, it's not that it sucks, but, yeah. So, I'm gonna be honest, chat, I have no idea where Dokapon Kingdom is going to rank. I have no fucking idea at all. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna step forward, and I'm gonna let my feelings decide here. I don't know what feelings will come to the surface when I start to press it into the hires. Even if it gets that far, it might not. Dokapon Kingdom is a special game to me. It is a special game to these streams. How far that's gonna get it, we'll see. Complex found footage. I think it beats the complex found footage. FTL, it beats FTL. It beats Citizen Sleeper. It beats the Silent Hill 2 remake. It beats Crow Country. It beats Signalis. It beats Deadly Premonition 2. It beats UFO 50. It beats Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. It beats Detention. It beats Zombies Ain't My Neighbors. It beats Metroid Prime. It beats Fallout New Vegas. Should be fourth, like the highest John has ever placed in a game of Dokapon. Well, chat, that's going to do it. Thanks, everyone, for joining me on stream today. I appreciate it all. iPatchWolves.com for your t-shirts. Patreon.com/Super iPatchWolves for your likes. Oh, you motherfuckers, I swear to God. I think it beats Tunic. I think it beats Tekken 8. I think it beats God Hand, it beats No More Heroes 3, Mystical Ninja, Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate, Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, Full Throttle, Fear and Hunger 2, Guilty Gear Xrd. I'm not even sweating. Chat, I'm shocked by this. Dokapon Kingdom is not sweating against these games. Super Mario World, Yoshi's Island 2, 999, VLOR, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I know people think I'm fucking insane, but yeah. Deadly Premonition, Monster Hunter World, Killer 7, Cave Story, Hotline Miami, Portal 2. Dokapon Kingdom has reached the bridge of killers. Now look, I want to qualify this, right? I can only go by my own experiences with Dokapon. And playing Dokapon with you guys, the fucking hype pop-off moments, the epic fights, all the fan art, that shit is what makes it one of my favorite games. And I know that someone playing it by themselves might not have that experience, but then they shouldn't rank it highly on their list. All that shit is part of the experience for me that was Dokapon. So just want to give people that. Banjo-Kazooie, Hyper Light Drifter, Sekiro Shadows Die Twice, Tony Hawk 3. And I think that's it. I think that's where Dokapon lands. I think Dokapon Kingdom is our new number 78. I for a minute there, it was cutting through the early ranks so quickly. I thought it was going to go further, but no, I don't think I can put it ahead of Tony Hawk 3. And chat, that's going to do it for the final Gamer Awards of 2024 that take place in 2025. Just want to thank everyone for being here. Next week, same time, we are going to get back to playing Shenmue 2. No stream on Monday. I'm still figuring out my schedule this year and like if I'm going to do 2 streams or I'm going to go back to 1 streams. I don't know yet, but keep an eye on the schedule. I'll keep that updated every week and you'll know what we're doing. So guys, listen.